I think we can all be louder than that. It's just morning. We need more energy in the room. There's so many young people here. It should sound like that as well. आपकी तालियां और तेज सकती हैं, please. Much better. Much better. I request everybody to be seated. भारत के पूर्व राष्ट्रपति डॉक्टर APJ अब्दुल कलाम अक्सर कहा करते थे, the ignited mind of the youth is the most powerful resource on the earth, above the earth, and under the earth. पिछले कुछ सालों में इंटरनेट हम सबके लिए ऑक्सीजन के बराबर हो गया है और हम सब पर, खासकर युवाओं पर और बच्चों पर काफी असर कर रहा है. Cyber crimes involving children such as online grooming, cyberbullying, and exploitation are on the rise. And it is only correct that these issues have now become a matter of child protection priority in many countries. और आज के इस दौर में इंटरनेट सेफ्टी भी कामयाब शिक्षा का एक अहम हिस्सा है. In fact, come to think of it, there are 5 dimensions of cybersecurity that I can come up with right now, including government, industry, civil society, and netizens. Namaskar, Suprabhat, good morning. मैं निहारिका भुवानिया, प्रोफेशनल एंकर एंड रेडियो जॉकी, आज भी सूत्रधार के किरदार में आपका साथ दूंगी इस वक्त. You know, there is a concept of safety by design, meaning designing platforms and products to reduce the risk of harm to those who use it. Now, it would mean tech companies and app developers think about what can be done to prevent harm from the outset, rather than acting in response to harms or problems after they occur. Now, we could be looking at solutions like integrating safety by design in school curriculums, platforms for learning, integrating cybersecurity in the corporate world, and much more. Together for a Better Internet, the theme for Safer Internet Day 2023. Together, this is what we seek to unravel today: how to make the cyber safe space safer for each and everyone. बस थोड़ा सा सब्र करना पड़ेगा, हर सवाल का जवाब अपने आप ही मिलने लगेगा. भारत देश में अनेक खूबसूरत प्रथाएं और परंपराएं हैं जिनका पालन आज भी किया जाता है. जैसे एग्जाम या इंटरव्यू के लिए घर से निकलने से पहले बड़ों का आशीर्वाद लेना, या फिर सफर पर निकलने से पहले घर के मंदिर में हाथ जोड़ना. उन्हीं प्रथाओं में से एक है किसी भी नेक कार्य की शुरुआत करने से पहले दिव्य ज्योति को प्रज्वलित करना. और इसी दिव्य ज्योति को प्रज्वलित करने के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी यहाँ मौजूद हमारे खास अतिथियों को. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to request our esteemed chief guests to come up and light the lamp. May we please have Major Vineet Kumar, founder and global president, CyberPeace. Ms. Zafrin Chaudhry, Chief of Communication, UNICEF. Dr. Indu Kumar, HOD, CIET-NCERT. Lieutenant General Rajesh Pant, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, National Cybersecurity Coordinator, Govt of India. Lieutenant Colonel Yuvraj Malik, Director, National Book Trust. Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, Director, DELNET. तालियां होंगी तो ये मोमेंट और भी खूबसूरत लगेगा. मैं चाहूंगी इस हॉल में आज तालियों की कमी ना हो.
वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्ति प्रचोदयात्.
Well, now that we have made the perfect start by lighting the lamp and seeking blessings from the divine, let me lead you on to the next item on the agenda. And I would also request our esteemed dignitaries to join us on the dais here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Ms. Zafrin Chaudhry, Chief of Communication, UNICEF. Dr. Indu Kumar, PhD, CIET-NCERT. Lieutenant General Rajesh Pant, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, National Cybersecurity Coordinator, Govt of India. Lieutenant Colonel Yuvraj Malik, Director, National Book Trust. Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, Director, DELNET. I would also request Major Vineet Kumar, Founder and Global President, CyberPeace, to join us on the dais. कुछ समय पहले ऐसा कहा गया था कि आने वाले समय में दुनिया के युद्ध इंफॉर्मेशन हासिल करने के लिए साइबर स्पेस में लड़े जाएंगे। और देखा जाए तो ये कहावत काफी हद तक सच साबित हो रही है आज, राइट? And on that note, involved in policy advocacy, research and training related to all aspects of cyberpeace and cybersecurity, the CyberPeace Foundation is among the very few organizations in the world working for peace in cyberspace. An award-winning apolitical civil society organization and think tank of cybersecurity and policy experts. It focuses on awareness, counseling, education, training, and to citizens, and much, much more. आने वाले समय में हमारी साइबर स्पेस की इंफॉर्मेशन वॉर्स क्या रुख लेंगी, हमारे आज के पहले प्रवक्ता से बेहतर कोई और नहीं जानेगा. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome Major Vineet Kumar, Founder and Global President, CyberPeace.
Good morning to everyone. And let me start off by addressing our respected chief guest of the day, Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pant, the National Cybersecurity Coordinator, Govt of India, Ms. Zafrin Chaudhry, Chief of Communications, UNICEF India, Director, DELNET, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, Dr. Indu Kumar from NCERT, CIET, all the audience who is present here before me. We have a mixed lot of students who have come in. We have teachers, we have parents, we have people from the media, civil society organization, though a small crowd, but a mixed lot of people. When we call about inclusivity, I think this is the best example. And there are many more who couldn't join, so they are joining with us virtually. So all of those who are present with us virtually, a very warm welcome to you all. And it's a special occasion, it's a special day for all of us. As the world celebrates this day as the Safer Internet Day, we are going to launch some key or make some key announcement and launches during this particular day. We'll start off the day with the launching of the CyberPeace TV, which is the first of its kind television channel and also OTT, which will air shows. It will air content on cybersecurity, and that to multilingual in nature. So a platform where we have content related to education and entertainment. So that's something that is getting launched, and it was a long, I would say, a dream that we have been chasing for quite a long time, and the day has come. So it's something very special for us to kind of launch it on this particular day. We are also launching the iSafe resource kit. Now, iSafe was an initiative which CyberPeace and UNICEF, we collaborated together. And the entire initiative was undertaken to empower the first responders. Cyber crimes have been increasing, and in fact, criminals have been innovating. And we also say that it's not going to stop. Things are not going to stop. Things are going to keep on innovating and changing. But in fact, the way we thought was, as UNICEF and as CyberPeace, we thought that we should kind of conceive a project wherein we kind of develop resources on prevention. We focus more on prevention so that first responders at least could be empowered in this space, so that if something goes wrong, we can make the children resilient and in fact help them, in fact, in any case of cybercrime that happens to target them. So that is what we did. We did series of campaigns, workshops at different states across India with law enforcement. We did workshops with the teachers, with the education department. We also did workshops with the child line officials, where we train them to identify the signs of, say, certain crimes that happen targeting children, like bullying, stalking, even child sexual abuse and others. So that is what, in fact, today, in fact, we are almost towards the completion of the project. And it gives me an immense pleasure to share with you that last year, we launched a booklet for children on online safety. Today we are launching also a booklet for educators on online safety, and series of posters and IC materials, all aimed to empower you. In few months' time, we are also launching an awareness module on metaverse, making use of AR, VR, because we strongly feel that it is not just maybe booklets or maybe some form of do's and don'ts that you need to be made aware of, but you need to be engaged into this learning. It's a fun learning. It's not a boring learning, and you should enjoy your time when you spend in the cyberspace, because cyberspace is good. Let me tell you, I mean, whatever problems we have been talking is a portion of the space that is negative. कुछ अच्छी चीज के साथ कुछ बुरी चीज आती है, and that we all know कि कुछ बुरी चीज है, हमें बस ये जानना है कि हम उन बुरी चीजों को एड्रेस कैसे करें. So that is what, in fact, I will say, and the entire focus of the iSafe campaign is to kind of empower you. And the journey has just started. We are going to do a lot more, which you'll come to know in the times to come. I don't want to kill all the surprise on this day only. There's a lot of things that are following him. I also welcome O.P. Singh sir today here, the former DGP of UP Police, and it's such a pleasure to have you, sir, in the function. And I forgot about Colonel Yuvraj. He is actually joining us shortly. He's the editor of National Book Trust. He'll be joining with us shortly here. So that's what it is about the launch event today. The CyberPeace Café, let me also add, we are starting a physical cafe. Now, when we are conceiving this idea that why do we need a cafe? There are so many cafes around the city where people can hang around, spend time, have food, and maybe spend time in a positive way. We thought that we should conceive a kind of a tech-themed cafe, where we have tech around us, we have tech gadgets around us like drones, we have AR, VR headsets and everything, and people can kind of spend time learning about online safety and also engage them in gaming. Gamification is one of the things that we are trying to do. We were discussing on the city, whether we should launch it in Delhi, whether we should launch it in Mumbai and all, but we thought that we should start with a tier 3 city, in such places where things are not so much accessible to people and things are still difficult. Though the government, again, thanks to General Pant and the initiative, a lot is being done, but it's our way of contributing to start a small cafe to kind of engage students, creators, even techies who can come together and kind of make this space, create content for a peaceful cyberspace. So that's the theme behind the CyberPeace Café, which we are again launching it today. The actual physical cafe is being stationed. It's in Ranchi, but we'll have cafes in the times to come in Delhi and other areas also. So these are the major highlights of the event that we have today. And the entire focus is, again, to get all of you involved. The cyberspace should be inclusive. And with all your contribution, we are crowdsourcing peace in the cyberspace. Now, I'd just like to correct Niharika. We are the first organization to talk about peace. India started talking about peace in the cyberspace. So this is the push that we are trying to do, that we should kind of involve in a peaceful conversation, in a positive conversation on the cyberspace, and all of us has a role to play. It's not just going to be the government. This is something, cyberspace belongs to everyone, and every one of us have a role to play. Whether we are a student, whether a senior citizen, civil society, industry, academia, I think all of us need to collaborate together. We need to join hands together, because cyberspace is everyone's, and even there are no boundaries in this particular space. So why do we let boundaries come between us? We should come together to make the space inclusive, safe, peaceful for everyone. With this, I'd like to end my talk. And again, I'm really thankful to all of you to spend time from your busy schedule. Students who are here again, I'm sure you are the, I mean, I would say, the future, and you are the future cybersecurity expert. I see future cybersecurity experts in you, and there's a huge opportunity. Let me tell you, cyberspace is filled with opportunities, whether it is esports, whether it is programming, whether it is bug bounty. I see opportunities lying in front of us in every corner. So make the best use of cyberspace, be the ambassador, be the CyberPeace ambassadors, and let us all kind of make this space peaceful and safe for everyone. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर। जैसे आपने कहा था, कुछ बुरी चीज़ों के साथ कुछ अच्छी चीज़ें भी आती हैं, तो उसी संदर्भ में मैं एक लाइन कहना चाहूँगी जो मेरे जहन में आ रही है। बुरा होगा या अच्छा होगा, होगा वैसा जैसा नज़रिया होगा। अपने नज़रियों को अच्छा रखते हैं तो अच्छा अच्छा ही होगा। And so one of the key areas that CyberPeace Foundation works in is capability creation and building through partnerships with various government organizations, academic institutions, and civil society entities. मैं चाहूंगी इस ख्याल को आप कुछ वक्त तक अपने जहन में रखें। ऐसा कहते हैं, हम अकेले ही चले थे मगर जनाबे मंजिल मगर, लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बनता गया। पिछले कुछ सालों में विश्व भर में सेफर इंटरनेट डे एक लैंडमार्क इवेंट बन गया है। आज सिर्फ हम ही नहीं, दुनिया भर में लाखों लोग आज के दिन एक साथ आकर साइबर स्पेस को सेफ बनाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। Started as an initiative of the Safe Borders Project in 2004, today marks the 20th edition of the Safer Internet Day. Of course, within the previous years, growing beyond traditional geographic boundaries, and now celebrated in approximately 180 countries and territories worldwide. जैसा मैंने कहा था, हम अकेले ही चले थे जनाबे मंजिल मगर, लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बनता गया. Our nations are truly united across the world by this one cause of making the internet a safe space. Now, with the thought of those united nations, it is now time for me to make you meet the Chief of Communication, UNICEF, Ms. Zafrin Chaudhry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Zafrin Chaudhry, Chief of Communication, UNICEF.
Thank you. Good morning. Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pant, National Cybersecurity Coordinator for the Government of India, colleagues from CyberPeace Foundation and other agencies who are sitting on the dais and who are in participation today. And no less the young people, the students who are here. This is all about you, and it really uplifts my spirit to see so many of you here today. This day, this issue that we are talking about are yours, and the reason we are talking about it to have you talk about it more and more and share. Greetings from UNICEF to everyone. I'm pleased to join today's celebration of Safer Internet Day and together explore the global theme, which is Together Cyber Internet. So, I'm so pleased to, hear Major Vineet's comments on all the initiatives that are going to be launched with it. So it is not only celebration, it is not only purely awareness, but it is also giving the tools and the instruments and the knowledge and the information about how to be safe in the internet, in the World Wide Web, as we call it. So internet really mirrors the opportunities and risks, the pleasures and the hazards of real life. While children rely on internet for learning, you know better, not why say children, we all, rely so much on internet for learning, sourcing our information, but more so for children as your worldview is shaping up, as your opinion, your psyche is shaping up. So it's a huge, unparalleled influence for connecting, for entertainment. It's all for children, adults together. And we have grown such a dependency on the internet that today, for people of my age who did study in the pre-internet age, we did not imagine in school and college. Only when we came to university, it was just coming up. Imagine that how it was. It's hard to imagine how did we do? What did we do, without internet? And look at these young people, they don't even have that reference. They are born into this, and this comes, the anchor said it's like oxygen. So they've grown up with it. They are born into it as their, primary right. Children make out 1/3 of the global internet users. It's a huge population. And it's a huge user. I don't know the exact, data in India, but it's really a large number of, child consumers. And you need it. We need it for educating ourselves, to learning ourselves. However, as their engagement occurs and grows in the deep privacy of laptop and smartphones, unwittingly, you can walk into, multiple risks, from cyberbullying to trolling to online threats, abuse, misuse of the information and images we, voluntarily share. Then suddenly this very friendly, helpful, fun space can turn into a dangerous predatory terrain, threatening safety and mental well-being in the tender years. And then more dangerously, it can be hidden because of the deep privacy of, our interaction with our devices. It can be hidden from parents, family, friends, caregivers. And then a child can, I don't know any of you have experienced it, but a child, we as adults also sometimes, experience it. It can be a very lonely space, trying to fend off bullies and, predators and, nasty comments, and even worse, giving in. Unless that child, that young person is encouraged and helped to understand that it is okay to feel confused. It is okay to share, and how important it is to share. Sharing is caring. If as a 14-year-old, I'm facing some issues, in my online activity, somebody is, trying to, say or do something that my sense, in my, good sense, I feel not comfortable with, it's not my fault. There's no shame in sharing, no stigma in sharing. Actually, sharing is caring. So, all that we are talking about is do come across. It's a space, it's indispensable at the moment. And as, Major Vineet has said, we will need to know how to deal with it, and we will need to equip ourselves to deal with it. But the sad thing is that the child cybercrime victims seldom share their predicament, and they shy away from seeking help in the fear of being reprimanded, being subjected to stigma and shame, or losing access to internet. This is why partnership is so critical. The work of the CyberPeace Foundation in partnership with UNICEF and others is thus very, very timely and critical in extending the much needed helping hand to children and people like yourselves, to inform and equip them to deal with such situations, and being there to let them know that it is okay to ask for help. The support system, I understand, includes developing content, guidelines for safe internet use on one hand, on the other, working closely with state governments, law enforcement, and child protection functionaries to build capacity to respond effectively to cybercrime. And we know that all this that we have heard about will be, a very good solid steps towards, that partnership and equipping ourselves and our children. An enabling environment is essential where children can speak to parents, teachers, peers, and authorities when they feel their safety is threatened and compromised, without fear of stigma and disapproval. And this can be achieved when all of us present here today and not present here today do our part from our respective roles and use our capacity. These measures prepare and encourage children to seek help against these ever-evolving dynamic challenges. So, that is the key. At UNICEF, we work closely with children and young people on digital platforms, in civil society, offline and online, and governments towards safer spaces for children online. Learning to be safe online enriches and empowers children's experience. And we need to know also who is where. I mean, very specific data may not be possible because this is an evolving area, but we need to know where to put our efforts, where to target our interventions. For example, 21% of UNICEF India's Facebook followers are children aged between 13 and 18 years. And then it immediately goes up to 38% when you come to Instagram. Last year, we worked closely with Meta to produce a series of animations on online safety. These informative videos aim to keep children and their parents up to date on safe way of navigating the internet. We provide information and resources also on our website. And whenever there is an opportunity through our social media, we disseminate this information. So, sometimes we have encountered points like, is the Facebook, the Instagram, who are really spreading the predators and the threats and why, but to be very truthful, we cannot shun them. The same way where the problem is coming is the way for the solutions to be, pushed through, because that is where, you all young people are. If I, try other avenues, which it will be a complete 360-degree effort, but online is very important because that is where the hazard is happening. And that is where our audiences and, people we want to influence and inform are there. And then about modeling, modeling what is the right thing to do. That's on us, in front of you. We know that, the harm in high level of screen time, and it is associated with much less reduced physical activity, with mental health conditions, including internet addiction and even depression. As grown-ups, we need to reflect on how we are modeling moderate, safe, and healthy use of internet. That we can do at our personal life, in our workplace, in the society, anywhere we come in contact with the young people. We need to, maintain, practice, and emulate these behaviors. Are we kind and respectful? Do we mind our language in addressing dissents and disagreements online? Are we careful about not oversharing personal information and images online? Do we maintain a healthy limit to screen time? So are we having conversation, most importantly, with our children about healthy minds and maintaining boundaries? These are conversations we must have. After all, children follow our examples. What they learn from us will help them grow up as positive models to their peers. They will stand up against online bullying by being kind and inclusive and compassionate. All of you who are here, will you stand up? Yes? Louder. And you will also share with your peers and friends how to do that. If you have a bad experience, share it so that, 3 other friends do not have the same experience. Finally, our physical world becomes better when we are individually and collectively kinder, more inclusive, and more compassionate. The internet is no different. As we come together to celebrate Safer Internet Day, I hope we set our virtual selves the same high standards that we do in real life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing all of that with us, along with some glaring statistics and eye-opening statistics of how many children are on Facebook and Instagram, and how many children are liable to be affected by it, right? अच्छा, मैं आप सबसे एक सवाल पूछती हूँ, टीवी देखना किस किस को पसंद है? बहुत सिंपल सा सवाल है। नहीं, सबके हाथ उठने चाहिए, प्लीज सब सच बोलो। सबके हाथ जब तक नहीं उठेंगे मैं आगे नहीं बढ़ूंगी। सबको टीवी देखना पसंद है, राइट? एंड OTT, you're very right. और किस किस के मम्मी पापा OTT और टीवी पर जाने से मना करते हैं कि पढ़ाई अफेक्ट हो जाएगी? सभी के करते होंगे, सब हाथ उठाओ ऐसा लंबा वाला। That's more like it. Well, आज के बाद ये कुछ बदलने वाला है। जब टीवी पर बचपन में रामायण शुरू हो जाती थी, तो दिल्ली की सड़कों पर छा जाता सन्नाटा था। टीवी का अपना एक जमाना था जो बच्चों बड़ों सबको बनाया दीवाना था। जब कलर टीवी की शुरुआत हुई तो टीवी ने छुआ एक नया पैमाना था। इसका मकसद तो करना मनोरंजन और जिंदगी जीने के नए तरीके सिखलाना था। जब टीवी और आज के दिन OTT के बिना जिंदगी रुक सी जाती है, तो हमने एक नया आइडिया आजमाया। We thought, how wonderful would it be if we could hear about cybersecurity and its challenges in the ways we love, that is by watching TV and OTT, right? And also given the recent headlines about cyberbullying, hacking, phishing, ransomware, and so on, right? अगर हम सपने देखते हैं तो वो सच भी होते हैं. From dreams to reality, CyberPeace Foundation now brings you a one-of-its-kind streaming channel that's accessible by anyone and everyone for knowledge, education, trends, tutorials, talks, discussions, technology, documentaries, news and analysis, entertainment, and a lot more. All of it is associated with the cyber world. तो आज के बाद मम्मी पापा शायद टीवी और OTT पर जाने से मना नहीं करेंगे. And it's now time कि हम रिमोट का बटन दबाएं और देखें CyberPeace TV क्या है. Can we have the video, please? और थोड़ी सी तालियां हो जाए यार. सुबह सुबह का वक्त है. That sounds nice.
In this video,
pandemic, post-COVID, we have seen a surge in the number of cyber frauds that are happening, that are taking place with people, with the netizens. And it's across, it's not just tier 1 city, tier 2 city, tier 3, it's also going to the villages and smaller towns. We can kind of bridge the gap. We can reach out to the last mile through this campaign, kind of make people aware about the prevention steps that are there. Also kind of bring up the problems that people generally face on the ground with the policymakers and others, so that the issues can be solved on the ground. Together, we can create a kind of an impact for the people on the ground and create a safer and peaceful environment for everyone who is there in the cyberspace. Thank you so much.
I think we need more of cheers at this moment. We have released CyberPeace TV for the world to watch. And I'm sure after today, parents and teachers are not going to say no to watching TV. Watching TV assumes a completely new definition, right? Moving on. Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high. Where knowledge is free. Where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls. Where words come out from the depth of truth. Where tireless striving stretches its arm towards perfection. And where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of dead habit. Into that heaven of freedom, my father, let my country awake. ये lines आज के लिए बिल्कुल appropriate हैं, and how wonderful it would be if we too had a space untouched by discrimination. Ladies and gentlemen, ऐसी एक space है जिसका आगाज किया गया है. CyberPeace Foundation is now all set to launch the CyberPeace Café, the world's first lounge for creators and innovators in Ranchi, equipped with a tech library, social media creator studio, co-working space, gaming lounge, meeting rooms, open mic, food and beverages, and much, 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 much more. With a commitment to merging innovation, technology, and community for the benefit of all. CyberPeace Café supports all social activities and is a perfect place for innovators and creators to articulate their vision. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a loud, loud, loud round of applause for CyberPeace Café. आइए देखें एक झलक.
I wish I had the equipment to record my podcast. I want a world with equality and no discrimination.
God, I want to have a working space with good Wi-Fi connectivity.
I need a place to learn and grow in technology.
I need a place to create my social media content.
I want a gaming lounge with the best gadgets.
Wonderful, isn't it? CyberPeace TV, CyberPeace Café. You know, the founder of Starbucks came up with the idea of it when he wanted a third place between home and office to have conversations. We just took it several notches further. We just innovated on the idea of cafe, justifying the vision of CyberPeace Café. आगे बढ़ते हैं. ऐ मेरी कलम इतना सा एहसास कर दे, जो कह ना पाई जुबां से वो बयां कर दे. वेल, ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारे पास बातें नहीं है कहने को, यूं तो बातें काफी हैं, पर वक्त की पाबंदी है. इसलिए हमने सोचा कि कलम उठाकर इन सब बातों को एक रिसोर्स मटेरियल में क्यों ना बंद कर दिया जाए, for it to be shared with everybody and for it to encourage children to learn about the cyberspace. Ladies and gentlemen, now launching the guidance and support material by UNICEF, CyberPeace Foundation, and NCERT.
मैं पीयूष भट्टागर भोपाल से हूँ। दिनांक 22 नवंबर 2022 को भोपाल में साइबर सुरक्षा प्रशिक्षण स्कूल के बाद
We have all of these posters. Can I ask everybody to hoist them and to keep them raised for a little while? Well, the CyberPeace co-branded material and one of these handbooks is also in your bag, in your kits. An immense opportunity for learning about the cyberspace, for staying safe, for keeping our friends and near and dear ones safe as well. Let's clap to that once more, please. Well, what can I say? It's been a power-packed morning. कभी-कभी ऐसा होता है कि इंस्पिरेशन की तलाश में हम पूरा दिन इधर-उधर घूमते रहते हैं, लेकिन इंस्पिरेशन हमें नहीं मिलती। और कभी-कभी ऐसा भी होता है कि मोटिवेशन और इंस्पिरेशन खुद चलकर हमारे पास आ जाती है। One of those ways is to keep meeting inspiring people throughout our lives. अगर हम इंस्पायरिंग लोगों से मिलते रहेंगे तो लाइफ में प्रेरणा की कभी कोई कमी नहीं होगी। ऐसी ही एक इंस्पायरिंग हस्ती से अब मैं आपको मिलवाने वाली हूँ। हमारे अगले प्रवक्ता जो हैं, वो एक इंटरनेशनली रिकॉग्नाइज्ड साइबर सिक्योरिटी एक्सपर्ट हैं। He is presently holding the prestigious appointment of National Cybersecurity Coordinator in the National Security Council Secretariat of India. Now, in this capacity, he is responsible for coordinating activities across multiple sectors to ensure a secure and resilient cyberspace within the nation. Now, prior to this appointment, he was the head of the Army's cyber training establishment for 3 years. He served in the Army Signals Corps for 41 years, wherein he was awarded 3 times by the President of India for distinguished service of the highest order. Consequent to his retirement, he was chairman of a listed electronics company, peer review member of NAC, and governing council member of IETE India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now welcome Lieutenant General Rajesh Pant, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, National Cybersecurity Coordinator, Government of India. He brings to the table an interesting mix of military operations, academic excellence, corporate governance, and cybersecurity wisdom. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Niharika, for those kind words. My colleagues on the dais, Dr. Sangeeta, Major Vineet, Ms. Zafrin, Ms. Indu, dignitaries in the audience, Shri O.P. हमारा भी यूपी से बहुत लगाव है. My father was UP cadre IAS. We were DM Lucknow for 3 years. Parents, children from DAV school. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning. Jai Hind. गुड. तो आज मतलब पहली बार लाइफ में मुझे किसी ने बुलाया एक टीवी चैनल लॉन्च करने के लिए. मैं हमेशा सोचता था कि कभी मुझे भी बुलाया जाए. सो इट्स अ ग्रेट ऑनर. थैंक यू सो मच, इंक्लूडिंग द कैफे. इसमें चाय रियल मिलेगी कि वर्चुअल मिलेगी? ओके. सो आई थिंक इट्स अ ग्रेट डे टुडे. इन्होंने मुझे एक 4 पेज की स्पीच दी है लिख के, लेकिन वो मैं जेब से निकालूंगा नहीं, बिकॉज आई थिंक बच्चों के सामने तो वी कैन ऑलवेज टॉक, अपने दिल से बात कर सकते हैं. तो सेफर इंटरनेट डे 20th एडिशन, ये 20 आजकल बड़ा स्टाइल में है. तो G20 के आप सब जगह देखते हैं, फिर वो T20 भी आजकल आ रहा है, तो 20 छाया हुआ है. और सेफर इंटरनेट डे आई होप आप लोगों को पता होगा कब मनाते हैं. इट इज अ फिक्स्ड डे. इट इज दी सेकंड मंथ, सेकेंड वीक, सेकेंड डे. तो जैसे फरवरी के सेकेंड वीक का सेकेंड डे मीन्स ट्यूसडे, उस दिन सेफर इंटरनेट डे मनाया जाता है. यूरोप से शुरू हुआ था जैसे इन्होंने बताया, और अब 190 करीब देशों में फैल गया है. और आई थिंक इट्स अ वेरी अप्रोप्रिएट डे टू लॉन्च ऑल द इनिशिएटिव्स दैट मेजर विनीत हैज लॉन्च्ड. आई एम वेरी इम्प्रेस्ड विद हिज क्रिएटिविटी एंड व्हाट ही हैज बीन डूइंग. ये मुझे 4 साल इस अपॉइंटमेंट में हो गए हैं, और इनको मैं पिछले 3-4 साल से देख रहा हूँ. अलग अलग इवेंट्स जो ये कर रहे हैं पुलिस की ट्रेनिंग के लिए, और बाकी कभी ड्रग्स के उसमें कुछ काम करते हैं, कभी सेफर इंटरनेट का करते हैं. सो माय कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स टू यू एंड योर टीम. एक्सीलेंट वर्क. अभी ये डीएवी स्कूल के बच्चे बताएंगे मुझे कि कंप्यूटर वायरस क्या होता है. किसको पता है कंप्यूटर वायरस? एक तो वायरस हम लोगों ने अभी 2 साल झेला है. कंप्यूटर वायरस किसी को नहीं पता क्या होता है? अरे वाह, हाँ जी बताइए. वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड, 100 out of 100. क्या नाम है आपका? पीयूष, अपना नाम ही भूल गया. श्रीधर, वेल डन श्रीधर, थैंक यू, यू आर एब्सोल्युटली राइट. कि हम लोगों की जो दुनिया है हमारे चारों तरफ, वी हैव 4 डोमेन्स, लैंड, एयर, सी एंड साइबर. और साइबर को भी मैं एक डोमेन बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि हम लोग लैंड में भी रहते हैं, एयर में भी लोग जाते हैं, समुद्र भी है, वहाँ भी बहुत लोगों का जीवन होता है. बट साइबर जो है, ऑल ऑफ अस आई एम श्योर स्पेंड एटलीस्ट 1 hour इन साइबर डोमेन एवरी डे. आप मोबाइल जेब से निकालते हैं, यू हैव एंटर्ड साइबर डोमेन. तो इसका प्रोटेक्शन जो है, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. और नेशनल लेवल में भी हम लोग जब डिस्कशन करते हैं कि आपने लैंड के लिए तो आर्मी बना दी और पुलिस बना दिया, एक्सटर्नल थ्रेट से बचाने के लिए और इंटरनल थ्रेट से बचाने के लिए. अगर आपने देश को सुरक्षित रखना है तो, और नेशनल सिक्योरिटी, सी के लिए आपने नेवी और मैरीटाइम फोर्सेस बना दी हैं, एयर के लिए भी आपके पास एयरफोर्स और सिविल एविएशन है, बट हु इज प्रोटेक्टिंग द नेशनल साइबर स्पेस? सो दैट इज वेयर देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ डिस्कशन गोइंग ऑन as to what should be the apex organization, what should be its constituents to protect national cyberspace, including critical sectors, including states, and all our major establishments, etc. तो बड़ा important ये एक डोमेन है साइबर स्पेस का, और उसमें ये इंटरनेट इज अ पार्ट ऑफ इट, बिकॉज कोई नेटवर्क जो होते हैं वो प्राइवेट नेटवर्क्स होते हैं, इंटरनेट्स होती हैं, और most of the computers which have to interwork have to be connected to the internet. So internet mein today there are about 5 billion users, and I can say that it is the largest e-country in the world, the largest e-nation you can say in the world, with a population of 5 billion netizens, as he keeps using the word netizens, is the internet. And you all also must understand as to how the internet is organized. What is ICANN doing? ICANN is the organization that assigns the names and numbers to the internet. What is IETF doing? The Internet Engineering Task Force, कैसे इसका आर्किटेक्चर है, कैसे ये सब एक दूसरे से बात कर लेते हैं. और ये भी आगे मैं कह सकता हूँ कि इसमें आजकल थोड़े से क्रैक्स आ रहे हैं, बिकॉज एवरीथिंग इज डिसाइडेड बाय जियोपॉलिटिक्स. और आजकल जो आप लोग देख रहे हैं, ईस्टर्न यूरोप में कुछ क्राइसिस चल रहा है, और बिटवीन द 2 major powers ऑफ द वर्ल्ड देयर इज अ टेक्नोलॉजी, वेपनाइजेशन ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी जो बोलते हैं, उसकी वजह से इसमें इंटरनेट में भी कुछ क्रैक्स आ रहे हैं. सो रशिया जैसे और चाइना में इन्होंने प्रैक्टिस कर लिया है कि अगर आपके इंटरनेट के पाइप्स कट हो जाते हैं बाहर से, तो हाउ डू यू कंटिन्यू टू फंक्शन, बिकॉज एवरीथिंग इज बेस्ड ऑन द इंटरनेट. बिजनेस सब कुछ इंटरनेट में आजकल चल रहा है. सो उसका भी एक प्लान है कि how to continue. It's called splinternet or balkanization of the internet, but that is a separate discussion altogether. But internet mein the content is most important, and that is what we talked of, and Ms. Zafrin also very clearly said that how to protect children from the harms of the internet. तो उसके लिए बहुत तरीके हैं, अलग अलग पेरेंटल कंट्रोल्स हैं. There are in television also you find that you can block various things. Apps हम लोग बहुत ब्लॉक कर रहे हैं. कल परसों भी आपने सुना होगा, करीब 250 और ब्लॉक किए हैं. We are the country that started off the blocking of apps. Now the others have realized what we are doing. So whatever is possible is being done at the government level or national level. I can assure you, Prime Minister is very serious about protection of national cyberspace. बल्कि अक्टूबर में मुझे याद है वो एक G7 की मीटिंग अटेंड करने गए थे जर्मनी में, तो उन्होंने कहा मुझे रास्ते में प्लेन में प्रेजेंटेशन दो इसका कि कैसे मतलब आप लोग प्रोटेक्ट करना चाहते हैं. इतने इंटरेस्टेड हैं वो साइबर स्पेस में. सो काफ़ी चीज़ें हो रही हैं. अब सब चीज़ें तो यहाँ बता नहीं सकते हैं, बट आज का दिन का जो एम है कि लॉन्च ऑफ CyberPeace TV Café and this multimedia, I think the aim has been achieved, and full compliments to him. One more announcement I want to make is that today, since we are members of Quad is a group of 4 countries, Australia, India, Japan और USA. ये 4 कंट्रीज का एक कोऑपरेशन है, उसको क्वाड बोलते हैं. वो भी आज हम लोग एक इनिशिएटिव लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, उसका नाम है क्वाड साइबर चैलेंज. तो आप लोग जब भी टाइम मिलेगा, एक पोर्टल है www.cyberchallenge.tech. cyberchallenge.tech. Tech is TECH. आप उस पे जाइए and you'll find lot of details there कि कैसे उसमें free मतलब क्लासेस हो रही हैं, दी जा रही है। एंड मैं मुझे विनीत को बोला था कि आप लोगों का इनिशिएटिव भी हम उसके साथ कंबाइन कर देंगे और अप्रैल 10 और 14 के बीच में 1.5-2 महीने ट्रेनिंग करने के बाद एक उसमें चैलेंज होगा। सो यू कैन ऑल्सो टेक पार्ट इन द क्वाड साइबर चैलेंज विच ऑल्सो वी आर लॉन्चिंग टुडे। हम लोग लॉन्च करने वाले मिलके चारों कंट्रीज। तो बहुत कुछ हो रहा है आप लोगों को बचाने के लिए, बिकॉज फ्यूचर इज देयर इन फ्रंट ऑफ मी एंड आई फील सो यंग व्हेन आई सी यंग फेसेस दैट हम लोगों को भी एनर्जी आ जाती है और काम करने के लिए। सो वंस अगेन माय कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स टू मेजर विनीत for giving me this honor and taking this initiative. It's a great initiative and we wish it all success. Anything that we can do at our end, please depend on us. मैं इनसे कह रहा था कि जियो के अलावा हम बाकी एयरटेल और टाटा में भी बात कर सकते हैं, because we deal at the topmost level इनके corporate से, and we'll get it expanded also. So with that, thank you very much. Wish you all the best. Jai Hind.
अपना वक्त हमारे साथ साझा करने के लिए हम आपके बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं सर। थैंक यू सो मच। एंड स्पीचेस हो या लाइफ हो, इट्स गुड टू गो ऑफ स्क्रिप्ट समटाइम्स, इट मेक्स रूम फॉर स्पॉन्टेनिटी। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर काइंड एड्रेस। आप सबके सामने एक रिसोर्स हैंडबुक रखी है, मैं चाहूंगी कि आप उसे भी साइबर की दुनिया में रिलीज कर दें। Ladies and gentlemen, releasing one of the handbooks of the entire resource material right here, right now. Unveiling to you the resource material by CyberPeace Foundation, NCERT and UNICEF. Well, it's a packed house. It should sound like one as well. आप जानते हैं मेरा इशारा किस तरफ है? So we are grateful to you that you could make it here this morning and you spent your time with us. अपने अंदाज में हम आपका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहेंगे. I would now like to invite Major Vineet Kumar, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, Ms. Zafrin Chaudhry, and Professor Dr. Indu Kumar to felicitate our esteemed chief guest, Lieutenant General Rajesh Pant, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, National Cybersecurity Coordinator, Govt of India. तस्वीरें बहुत जरूरी होती हैं, अच्छी यादें बनी रहती हैं। मुंबई की कटिंग चाय हो या देश भर की मसाला चाय, लद्दाख की गुड़ चाय हो या कश्मीर की नून चाय, इसके बिना जिंदगी दिल और दिल की अधूरी है, राइट? और यहाँ वर्चुअल नहीं, असल चाय मिलेगी, तो हमारी चाय भी कुछ कम नहीं है इन सब से। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, इट्स नाउ टाइम दैट वी ब्रेक फॉर हाई टी. सी यू ऑन द अदर साइड ऑफ दीज डोर्स एंड वी रिकन्वीन इन एग्जैक्टली अबाउट 15 minutes. सी यू सून.
Hello, Chi, hello.
Welcome back, everybody. I request to quickly settle down. Can we all just very quickly settle down, please? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a very warm welcome back. I'm sure that tea break was quite refreshing and we are back rejuvenated and we have some more energy in the room, right? Am I right or am I right? अभी लग नहीं रहा ऐसे चाय पी के आए सब और जोर से भाई हाँ ये हुई ना बच्चों की आवाज I request everybody to take their seats, please, very quickly. Warm welcome back to everybody, and it is now time that we proceed with the day ahead. You know, whether we have 5 minutes, a few hours, the whole day, or even a week, it is necessary to make time for conversations like these around cyberpeace and cybersecurity in today's day and age. And we don't have to do it alone, right? Days like these, where we have the best of industry, academia, government, and civil society present under one roof, make up for all of it. It is now my absolute pleasure to invite our next speaker on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. O.P. Singh, former DGP, UP Police, and CEO, Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation. Louder. That's what it should be. Thank you.
You're such a good anchor. Everyone gets engaged.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. CyberPeace Foundation's founder, Major Vineet. I don't know whether he's here or has gone out to receive the panelists. Ms. Zafrin Chaudhry, Officer Indu Kumar, all dignitaries present here. I have met a lot of them here from different organizations. हमारे सभी प्यारे बच्चों एवं साथियों, I am really grateful to CyberPeace Foundation to be invited here. I just wanted to be a spectator. I wanted to be just listener for the panel discussions, but I'm so sorry that I have to catch a flight. That's why I'm hurrying up everything. But nonetheless, it's a great privilege for me to be invited here for such a beautiful session and the wonderful things done by CyberPeace Foundation, launching of CyberPeace TV, CyberPeace Café, and Multimedia Resources, and so many other things. Friends, you all know that Safer Internet Day is celebrated all over the world. In fact, almost 200 countries, 200 nations are celebrating it all over the world. And its main aim is to have a safer and better internet facilities for everyone, especially for children and for young people. In India, there are almost 90 crores internet users. And if you look at the statistics, you would find that 96% of them are between the ages 16 to 64. And there are 47 crores social media users in India till January 2022. And there are 140 crores cellular mobile connections in India. So look at the vastness of the cyber world. I'm not talking about world, I'm talking of just our country, so big. And this super information highway, which we call internet, is so incredible resources, so incredible that you just cannot do without it. At the moment, you just cannot do without cyber world. And we haven't harnessed, frankly speaking, as all you might be hearing all those speakers, we haven't been able to harness it so perfectly. And we have been using it for all wrong reasons most of the time. And there are people, there are predators who are trying to exploit it for their own selfish purposes. And it's undeniable right now that if we think of internet, we merely think of social media platforms. But there are so many other things. For example, you can use it for skill development. You can use it for research purposes. Also, you can use it for managing finances. And every day you find the use of internet in your day-to-day life. But internet is primarily, when we talk of internet, we primarily think of social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and other things. Having said this, I would like to tell you that it is the very, very pervasive nature of internet, which is a threat to all of us. And it is so terrifying to think that a person sitting in America, sitting in England, or sitting far from areas, he can, at any given point of time, he can intrude in your privacy, and he can make unsolicited advancements towards you. And this is the most terrifying thing, especially with a generation like you, which is growing with the constant presence of technology. In fact, the new terminology has come, like iPad kids or the sharenting. These are all new vocabulary terms. The children are growing with a constant presence of technology. And that is why I keep saying that from expression of self, we are gravitating towards explosion of self. Because we are trying to explode ourselves, and we're trying to expose ourselves. That is why the internet for safety or internet for children, that is something which we are very, very concerned about. It's a rising concern for all of us, because the amount of exposure that is giving to us, it's really terrifying with a sense of technology. Kids have the accessibility to YouTube and such other platforms, and they try to hold on to their parents' devices as early as at the age of 5. Imagine a child of 5 years old, he or she is trying to use and access the internet facilities in the mobile phones. And a lot of preteens are also using the same thing. So we need to have screen time regulations. We need to have monitoring their apps. These are some of the extremely important things to maintain the digital safety and digital discipline. Best practices you must adopt, as eminent speakers have already talked about. I wouldn't like to repeat them, but the fact is that you have to install your parental controls in that. You have to go for establishing accessibility hours, and at the same time, educate yourself that how you can not share your private domain or your personal data with anyone else. And if you fail to do so, there'll be a lot of dangers involved in that. And you're trying to increase your vulnerability online to online crimes or sexual abuse. We know that consumption and demand for all such things have increased tremendously ever since the pandemic took place. But the fact remains that we have to be very, very alert on that. And that is why, being a former police officer, I keep telling that it is imperative on our part to develop and build the greater capabilities on the part of the law enforcement agencies. And we must improve the existing reporting mechanism which are in place. I'm so happy that this CyberPeace Foundation is doing a yeoman service for last couple of years. I've had the occasion to work with Vineet in UP, in Lucknow. We conducted many programs. About 3-4 years back, I was involved in this Safer Internet Day. And by launching all such facilities to the children like you, he's doing a lot of contributions towards nation building as well as towards the educational domain. I wish the facilities which exist right now in Ranchi should extend to places like Delhi, Bombay, and other places where the children can have the access to all these things. But I'm sure in days to come, all these facilities will definitely educate the children, and they will need to use internet in a big way, in a very safer manner. And safer internet loses its meaning if we do not celebrate safer internet for children. That is the main thing. If you're talking of safety, you're talking of safer internet, it should be only for the safer internet for the children. And if the children are safe, the future generation is safe. And that is why we keep saying that the children have to learn and go for digital safety at any cost. Thank you so much for inviting me. And thank you so much, Major Vineet, to have given me an opportunity to address the young students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind address. And I couldn't help but take note of certain things, like, for example, the crores of cell phone connections that we have in India, as also how we are moving from expression of self to explosion of self. I will just perhaps steal that word somewhere later because it is so catchy and it is also full of knowledge and information. Thank you so much, sir. To felicitate Mr. O.P. Singh, please have on the dais Ms. Zafrin Chaudhry, Chief of Communication, UNICEF. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. O.P. Singh, former DGP, UP Police, CEO, Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. ऐसा कहते हैं कि जहां तक रास्ता दिख रहा है वहां तक चलिए, वहां पहुंचने के बाद आगे का रास्ता अपने आप दिखने लगेगा. You know, we need not see the whole staircase. We just need to take the first step and the staircase will appear. I think coming here has been a part of that first step towards cyber safety and cyber security. ऐसा भी कहते हैं कि the journey of 1,000 miles always begins with a single step. हमने भी ये single step लिया था कुछ 3 साल पहले when we launched the E-Raksha competition. Last 3 years, 2019, 2020, and 2021 have seen participation from over 1 lakh students and teachers from schools and colleges across all states of India. And the winners have won many laurels. This year, the CyberPeace Foundation and NCERT are proud to launch the 4th edition of the much awaited and popular cyber safety competition, E-Raksha competition 2022-2023. And to let us know all about it in detail, I would now like to invite Dr. Indu Kumar, HOD, CIET-NCERT. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. This session is more of an informative session about the E-Raksha competitions that we organize every year in collaboration with CyberPeace Foundation. So it is not a very long journey, but we are heading towards a lot of successful outcomes of this particular initiatives in collaboration with the CyberPeace Foundation. So let us run a presentation so that we may know details about this particular competition. So the purpose is to promote safer internet spaces, and the goals of E-Raksha competitions you can see here. Use the potential of internet to enhance growth and learning. We cannot avoid internet, and we should not avoid it also, because it is a huge source of information to us, but how to use it mindfully is the concern. Then become responsible digital citizens following safety norms and procedures is another goal. Then encourage learners and educators to develop innovative technology tools and applications which enhance cyber safety. Then sensitize school leaders, educators, parents to be role models and encourage young learners to make safe and smart choices in cyber spaces. So these are the 4 goals that we organize these competitions for. Then you can see the journey. We are just come together to achieve these goals. So this is the journey. So we started this journey in 2019 when we received as an initial initiative 14,000 plus entries, and we identified winners out of these 14,000. In 2020, just after a year, the number increased so much that we received 45,000 plus entries. And in 2021, 38,000 plus entries were received. So next slide, please. So this is the scale of E-Raksha competitions. More than 1 lakh entries received up till now. But when we look at the population of children that we have in our country, this is not a very big number. We have to move far much ahead in participation in these competitions, because 1 lakh is not very huge number if we look at the population of children in our country. So in the competitions, in the future competitions to come, we believe that we will get more and more entries and cover huge population of children, teachers, and other stakeholders who will participate in this competition. And I can see that we are partnering with organizations so that we can spread and scale up these competitions to larger populations of these stakeholders. So here you can see who can participate. This is the population we are working with: elementary, middle, and senior students from all type schools and education systems, that is formal, informal, private, aided, and government schools. Youth from colleges, universities, and communities across all the disciplines, private, aided, government, again. In-service teachers and faculty from school and colleges, pre-service student teachers from diets and colleges of education, and then caregivers, parents, guardians, community helpers, and educational institutions. So these are the stakeholders we are working with. Then these are the competitions. You can see it is relevant to all of you who are sitting here. These are the 4 competitions that we organize. Word hack. Here you can submit your articles, stories, blogs, and essays. Then Artcade. Here you can submit your paintings, posters, stickers, and sketches. Then short self-created videos. So here you can create a drama, and the theme should be cyber safety and cyber peace. Song documentary. So you can do that. And you can do that with a group of children, because you cannot alone do a drama. You cannot alone organize a skit. You have to write also, and then you have to enact and record. So you have to work with a team to do that. Then a Tech Avishkar. Tech Avishkar is to promote innovations in technologies. And here you can submit self-created apps and softwares which promote cyber peace, cyber safety, and security. So these are the 4 competitions. So this is the timeline. 28th October 2022, the competitions have already been launched. 28th October 2022, the registrations open to these competitions. Then 31st Jan, this is the news. So we have extended the date. So by the end of this month, you can submit your entries. So you have a chance to participate in these competitions. We had this date, but now we have extended it. Then 30th March 2023, we will be announcing the results of all the 4 competitions. Then April 2023, award function will take place, and students and other stakeholders will be getting awards for their best entries. So what are the kind of awards that you might get? So winners will be selected in each category, each of the 4 categories for all the competitions, and total 30 plus awards will be given. Then winners will receive trophies, certificates, and prizes. Then shortlisted candidates will receive appreciation certificates. So we will be giving, apart from prizes, we will be giving certificate of appreciation also for the good entries. And every participant who submits a valid entry, sometimes we submit anything which is not valid for that particular competitions. So every valid contributor will get a certificate of participation. So everybody who logs in, registers, submits a valid entry will get a certificate. So no one will be left behind as far as issuing the certificate is concerned. So the theme is innovate, create, submit. Your original and unique ideas, not the pooled ideas from here and there. You have to think innovatively and submit your unique ideas for all the 4 competitions. And the purpose is to create safer, responsible, and peaceful use of internet. And that is what we have gathered here for. So, and you already know that it is through self-created posters, paintings, podcasts, videos, websites, blogs, essays, software applications, and mobile apps. You can submit anything out of this. So this was all about these competitions. So you can see where you have to log in on this particular slide to participate in this competition in the huge number. Thank you very much, and all the best to all of you. And also I would request you to spread word to participate in this competition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I would also like to tell you all that there is no participation fee here. And you can upload your entries in digital format on E-Raksha.net. So we hope to see increasing numbers, increasing participation from everybody. Yes? Yes or no? थोड़ा तेज बोलो भाई. आप थोड़ा तेज बोलोगे तो मुझे बुरा नहीं लगेगा, अच्छा ही लगेगा. Great. Perfect. Perfect. आगे बढ़े? I think let's move on. मुश्किलों का लाइफ में आना पार्ट ऑफ लाइफ है और उनसे हंस के बाहर निकलना आर्ट ऑफ लाइफ है. The stage is not merely the meeting place of all the arts, but it is also the return of art to life. ऐसा ऑस्कर वाइल्ड ने कहा था. अब मैं आपके सामने लेकर आने वाली हूँ स्टेप्स फॉर चेंज संस्था को, जिसका संचालन पवन शर्मा जी कर रहे हैं और ये NSD और साइबरपीस फाउंडेशन से जुड़े हुए हैं. यहाँ मुझे लगता है मेरे शब्दों की आवश्यकता नहीं होगी क्योंकि अब सिर्फ और सिर्फ कला बोलेगी. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Steps for Change.
हुए 75 साल भैया, हुए 75 साल, हुए 75 साल भैया, हुए 75 साल, आजाद हुए मेरे भारत को, हुए 75 साल, आजाद हुए मेरे भारत को, हुए 75 साल. संस्कारों की जड़ें जमाते हुए 75 साल, संस्कारों की जड़ें जमाते हुए 75 साल, आजाद हुए मेरे भारत को, हुए 75 साल. नारी का सम्मान बढ़ाते हुए 75 साल, आजाद हुए मेरे भारत को, हुए 75 साल. बड़े बड़े हैं डॉक्टर भैया, बड़े अस्पताल, अरे बड़े बड़े हैं डॉक्टर भैया, बड़े हैं अस्पताल, आजाद हुए मेरे भारत को, हुए 75 साल. शिक्षित आजाद हुए मेरे भारत को हुए 75 साल। अरे विश्व गुरु की राह बनाते हुए 75 साल। विश्व गुरु की राह बनाते हुए 75 साल। आजाद हुए मेरे भारत को हुए 75 साल। डिजिटल हो गया भारत मेरा हुए 75 साल। डिजिटल हो गया भारत मेरा हुए 75 साल। आजाद हुए मेरे भारत को हुए 75 साल। आजाद हुए मेरे भारत को हुए 75 साल। हेमंत भाई कैसे हो?
भाई बहुत बढ़िया।
इतने सारे लोग आए हैं, क्या दिखाने वाले हो?
लगता है हाँ उन्हें हम नाटक दिखाएंगे।
नाटक दिखाएंगे?
हाँ।
मगर हेमंत भाई 75 साल तो हो गए और इंडिया भी डिजिटल हो गया, मगर फिर भी कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं जो इस डिजिटल इंडिया का गलत फायदा उठा रहे हैं।
गलत फायदा उठा रहे हैं।
हाँ, तो क्या आप तैयार हो सब लोगों को नाटक दिखाने के लिए?
नहीं मैं अभी नहीं दिखाऊं।
अरे क्या बात कर रहे हो? विनीत सर भी बैठे हैं, सब इतने बड़े बड़े डिग्निटरीज हैं, क्या नाटक नहीं दिखाओगे? प्लीज प्लीज।
एक शर्ट पर क्या कौन सी? मुझे तालियां अच्छी लगती है। पक्का ताली आप पक्का हम नाटक दिखाएंगे।
तो ठीक है, नाटक दिखाते हैं। और नाटक दिखाने से पहले
पूछ लेते हैं कि ये जाग रहे हैं क्या?
तुम जाग रहे हो क्या? तुम जाग रहे हो क्या? तुम जाग रहे हो क्या? तुम जाग रहे हो क्या? जो देख रहे हो तुम वो ताक रहे हो क्या? जो देख रहे हो तुम वो ताक रहे हो क्या? ऐसे ही सवालों से रोटी से निवालों से, ऐसे ही सवालों से रोटी से निवालों से, रिश्ता तो सबका है बोलो से तालों से, रिश्ता तो सबका है बोलो से तालों से। कुछ तुम्हें दिखाएंगे, कुछ तुम्हें बताएंगे, कुछ तुम्हें दिखाएंगे, कुछ तुम्हें बताएंगे। जो देख रहे हो तुम वो ताक रहे हो क्या? जो देख रहे हो तुम वो ताक रहे हो क्या? तुम जाग 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 रहे हो क्या? मेरे को तो लगता है सभी लोग जाग रहे हैं। देखिए ना, सब नाटक देखने के तैयार हैं।
मैं जागरूकता की बात कर रहा हूँ।
अच्छा, जागरूकता की बात कर रहे हो?
छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, ये सब जागरूकता उनके अंदर हो जाएगी, हम लोगों को जागरूक करेंगे। फिर
मुझे तो लगता है बिल्कुल जागरूक करेंगे। तो क्यों ना हम अपना नाटक शुरू करें?
बिल्कुल शुरू करें। पहले के जमाने में होते थे डाकू।
डाकू जो रात के अंधेरे में आकर घोड़ों पर बैठकर बंदूकें लेकर गांव के गांव लूट के ले जाते थे। फिर आए चोर। सामान लेकर चोरी करने लगते। में बहुत रिस्क था। तो अब आ गए हैं नए चोर।
नए चोर
ऐसे चोर जो दिखाई नहीं देते,
बस सुनाई देते हैं। चलो
तो दिखाते हैं नाटक।
हाँ
तो देखिए हमारे नाटक की पहली कहानी, जिसका नाम है भरोसे का पर्दा।
अरे सपना बिटिया।
हाँ काका जी।
अरे तो का अंग्रेजी आता है ना?
हाँ काका जी, अंग्रेजी आते हैं। ग्रामर में सारे टेंसेस याद है हमें।
क्या टेंस फेंस? तुम एक तुम्हारा परीक्षा लेंगे आज।
40 दे रहे हो, लेकिन अगर हम जीत गए ना तो आपको चॉकलेट खिलानी पड़ेगी, वो भी बड़ी वाली।
अरे भाई तुमसे भी बड़ी चॉकलेट लाएंगे, रुको। ये पहले बताओ क्या लिखा है?
Dear Bhushan, your bank account is permanently blocked.
ये बिटिया बहुत अच्छा अंग्रेजी बोलती है। अब इसका मतलब भी
बताओ बताओ।
इसका मतलब है आपका खाता बंद हो गया है।
हे भगवान, खाता। हे भगवान, हमारी बिटिया की शादी है 15 दिन में। बिटिया की शादी का सारा काम रुक जाएगा। हे भगवान।
लेकिन इसमें एक नंबर है, उस पे कॉल कर लो, पता कर लो।
हाँ देखो, जा रहा है, बेल जा रहा है। हेलो
नमस्कार सर, हम आपकी किस प्रकार सहायता कर सकते हैं?
आज सर हम कह रहे थे हमारा काहे अकाउंट बंद कर दिए।
सर हमने आपका अकाउंट बंद नहीं किया, आपका केवल कार्ड ब्लॉक हुआ है।
अरे साहब हमको ये सब नहीं समझ आता है, बताइए बिटिया की शादी ना है।
सर आपके कार्ड का 16 अंक का नंबर होगा, बता दीजिए।
हाँ है, लिख लिए।
ठीक है सर, आपके कार्ड के पीछे 3 अंक का सीवीवी होगा।
हाँ लिख लिए।
सर हमने ना आपके पास ओटीपी भेजा है, ओटीपी बता देंगे।
फोन पे आएगा।
जी जी जी।
हाँ देखिए आया, लिख लिए।
हाँ ठीक है सर, आपका कार्ड आधे घंटे में ब्लॉक हो जाएगा।
साहब सुनिए ना, जल्दी कीजिएगा, बिटिया की फोन काट दिए। ए सपना बिटिया देखो तो लगता है चालू कर दिए खाता हमारा।
अरे आपके पैसे से 60,000।
भगवान, बर्बाद हो गए, बिटिया की शादी कैसे होगी बताइए।
आंख मूंद के किया भरोसा।
हाथ लगा है भारी धोखा। जिसको कमाई एक बूंद में सारी गवाई।
पैसे दो कोई पैसे जाए,
पता लगाने बैंक ही जाए।
जाके
शाखा नंबर रखे और उसी पर फोन लगाए, और उसी पर फोन लगाए, और उसी पर फोन लगाए।
आंख मूंद के
किया भरोसा। हाथ लगा है भारी धोखा, हाथ लगा है भारी धोखा, हाथ लगा है भारी धोखा। अरे हेमंत भाई कहाँ चले गए?
यही हो। अरे ये तो बहुत खतरनाक बात हो गई है।
हाँ, इन सब साइबर फ्रॉड से बचने के लिए पढ़ा लिखा होना बहुत जरूरी है।
लेकिन पवन भाई, पढ़े लिखे लोगों के साथ भी फ्रॉड हो रहा है।
बड़े लोगों के साथ?
हाँ।
ऐसे कैसे?
चलो दिखाते हैं हम अगली कहानी में।
तो चलिए दिखाते हैं हमारे नाटक की अगली कहानी, जिसका नाम है नौकरी का
लॉलीपॉप। अच्छा सुनते हो, हमारे पड़ोसी का बेटा ना बड़ी दूर शहर से पढ़ के आया है।
अच्छा, अरे भाई हमारा निकम्मा है, बताओ कहीं जाता ही नहीं।
बेटा शर्मा जी के अंकल के बेटे को तो देखो, बाहर से क्या मस्त पढ़ के आए, इतनी सारी पढ़ाई कर गए। तुमने क्या किया है?
पापा बड़े बड़े लेवल पार किए।
मैं तो भगवान को पूरे 51 रुपए का प्रसाद चढ़ाऊंगी। मेरा बेटा बाहर से पढ़ के आया, सबसे बड़ा पढ़ा।
बिल्कुल सही कहा संतोष की अम्मा, पूरे गांव में कोई 10वीं से ज्यादा नहीं पढ़ा है, और एक हमारा चोरा है, इंजीनियरिंग की पढ़ाई करके आया, इंजीनियरिंग की। तो तुम देखती जाओ कैसे तुम्हें सर से पाँव तक सोने से लाद देता है।
आज दिन सोने के महाराज, आज दिन सोने के महाराज, आज दिन सोने के महाराज, आज दिन सोने के महाराज।
सोने के दिन और सोने की रातें, सोने के दिन और सोने की रातें, सोने के कलश सजाओ महाराज, सोने के कलश सजाओ महाराज। आज दिन सोने के महाराज, आज दिन सोने के महाराज, आज दिन सोने के महाराज, आज दिन सोने के महाराज। बाबू बनेगा अफसर बनेगा, बाबू बनेगा अफसर बनेगा, संगमर मरेगा दफ्तर सजेगा, संगमर मरेगा दफ्तर सजेगा, दफ्तर में रौब जमाओ महाराज, दफ्तर में रौब जमाओ महाराज। आज दिन सोने के महाराज, आज दिन सोने के महाराज, आज दिन सोने के महाराज, आज दिन सोने के महाराज। दिन बीते महीने बीते बीते कई साल, दिन बीते महीने बीते बीते कई साल, नौकरी न मिली इसका हुआ बुरा हाल, नौकरी न मिली इसका हुआ बुरा हाल।
अरे सही हुआ मैंने अपने बेटे को बाहर नहीं भेजा, वरना इसकी तरह नालायक निकलता।
अरे इंजीनियर साहब, खेतों में इंजीनियरिंग कर लो, फसलें उगेंगी, पैसा आएगा। इतनी मेहनत से कमाते थे लल्लन चाचा, सब पैसा बर्बाद करके बैठे हैं। देखो तो शक्ल पे शर्म भी नहीं है इनके।
बाहर पक्का पढ़ने ही रहती ना।
नहीं, मेरे माँ बाप ने मुझे इतना पढ़ाया लिखाया और बाहर भेजा, आज मुझे नौकरी नहीं मिली। मैं ऑनलाइन सीरीज लोड करूंगा, वेबसाइट पे जाऊंगा, जॉब सर्च करूंगा, लेकिन नहीं, नौकरी भूल के रखूंगा। हेलो सर।
संतोष जी से बात हो रही है?
जी संतोष बात कर रहा हूँ।
संतोष जी बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो, मैं एबीसी प्लेसमेंट एजेंसी से बोल रहा हूँ, और अभी अभी हमने आपका सीवी अपनी साइट पे देखा है, तो क्या आप जॉब सर्च कर रहे हैं?
जरूर सर, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच सर।
क्या आप जॉब सर्च कर रहे हैं संतोष जी?
जी बिल्कुल सर, कर रहा हूँ।
वाह, व्हाट एन इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग। तो संतोष जी, हम आपको ये बताना चाह रहे थे कि हमारी कंपनी ने आपका सीवी मतलब आपको सेलेक्ट कर लिया है।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू सो मच सर। सर मैं बता नहीं सकता कितने खुश हूँ सर। थैंक यू सो मच।
क्या आप जॉब करने के लिए तैयार
जरूर
हैं?
सर, जरूर तैयार हूँ मैं सर।
बहुत अच्छी बात है। सर तो ये एक बात और कहनी थी,
क्या?
हमारी कंपनी एज ए सिक्योरिटी डिपॉजिट 50,000 रुपीज आपको जमा करने होंगे।
सर ये क्या मुझे अभी जमा करने होंगे?
जी आपको करने होंगे, एंड जब भी आप जॉब छोड़ेंगे तो सिक्योरिटी डिपॉजिट आपको वापस कर जाएगा।
क्या ये जमा करना जरूरी है सर?
बहुत जरूरी है संतोष जी, अगर अभी करेंगे तो ठीक है, तो आपकी जगह और भी कैंडिडेट जिनको ये जॉब में ऑफर कर सकता हूँ। आप प्लीज करना है तो जल्दी कीजिए, क्योंकि आपके पास
सर मैं करता हूँ सर। अरे नौकरी का क्या है, पैसे तो आते जाते रहेंगे। कर देता हूँ, नौकरी लगी इतनी बड़ी। ये गए पैसे, नौकरी आज आज पूरे 3 दिन हो गए, न कोई मेल आया है और न कोई मैसेज, और फोन भी स्विच ऑफ जा रहा है। लगता है मेरे साथ धोखा हुआ है।
नौकरी का
बातों का लॉलीपॉप देके निजी जानकारी लेके शुक्र तुम्हारे मन के करते हैं लोल। बातों का लॉलीपॉप देके निजी जानकारी लेके शुक्र तुम्हारे मन के करते हैं लोल। कहते हैं पास तुम्हारे नहीं है बिल्कुल टाइम, यही है साइबर क्राइम, यही है साइबर क्राइम, यही है साइबर क्राइम, यही है साइबर क्राइम। चलो के साइबर क्राइम, रोके साइबर क्राइम, चलो के साइबर क्राइम, रोके साइबर क्राइम। देखा हेमंत भाई?
हाँ पवन भाई,
पढ़े लिखो की चतुराई
ये लेकिन इसका क्या है उपाय?
इसका उपाय भी बताऊंगा, और साइबर सिक्योरिटी को कैसे अपनाया जाए, साइबर फ्रॉड से कैसे बचा जाए, वो सारे रास्ते बताऊंगा।
तो फिर अभी बताओ ना।
अरे बताने से पहले मैं एक चीज और कहूंगा,
क्या?
क्यों ना हम दिखाएं नाटक की अगली कहानी, जिसका नाम है लालच के लड्डू।
हेलो, क्या प्रिया बात कर रही है?
हाँ जी।
क्या एक्ट्रेस हैं?
हाँ।
कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन मैम, आप हमारी रियलिटी शो कौन बनेगा अरबपति में सिलेक्ट हो चुकी है। तो मैम एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म मैंने आपको भेज दिया है। आपको 10,000 रुपए की रजिस्ट्रेशन फीस देनी पड़ेगी। शूट 2 दिन बाद के है। क्या आप आना चाहेंगी?
मैं आना तो चाहती हूँ, पर मेरे पास पैसे नहीं है।
तो क्या आप महानायक के सामने बैठने का मौका खो देना चाहती है?
नहीं, मैं बैठूंगी।
तो आप पेमेंट जल्दी कर दीजिए, क्योंकि आपके पास टाइम नहीं है।
ठीक है।
लोकेशन आपको जल्दी मिल जाएगी।
कोई बात नहीं, जो मैंने अपना रेंट देने के लिए पैसे दे रखे हैं ना, वो ही दे देती हूँ। कुछ टाइम बाद तो मैं एक्ट्रेस बन ही जाऊंगी। 10 या 50,000 दूंगी सबको। भेज देती हूँ। लोकेशन भी आ गई। टैक्सी।
अरे मैडम जल्दी बैठो, टाइम नहीं मेरे पास भी। अरे उतरिए मैडम, लोकेशन आ चुकी है।
कुछ ढूंढ रहे हो क्या मैडम?
हाँ भैया, ये बता सकते हैं
एड्रेस?
हाँ
यही तो है।
ये तो खाली है।
खाली है तो क्या एड्रेस भी है? यही है।
भैया ये प्लॉट नंबर बता सकते हैं?
प्लॉट नंबर तो यही है, पर ये तो कूड़ेदान है, कूड़ेदान।
मुझे रोना तो आ रहा है, लेकिन मैं अपने घर जाके रोऊंगी।
क्या हो गया? अरे क्या हो गया तुझे?
जो मेरा शूट था ना, वो फेक निकला।
तेरे साथ भी धोखा हो गया?
तेरे साथ भी का क्या मतलब है यार?
मेरे साथ भी एक फ्रॉड हो गया।
क्या हुआ?
मेरे सारे सोशल मीडिया अकाउंट हैक हो गए, और उससे ना सबको एक मैसेज जा रहा है कि मैं हॉस्पिटल में हूँ और मुझे अभी अर्जेंट 3,000 रुपए की जरूरत है, और सभी लोगों ने पैसे भेज भी दिए, लेकिन पैसे मेरे अकाउंट में आए नहीं। और वो लोग मुझसे फोन करके बार बार पूछ रहे हैं कि मैं कौन से हॉस्पिटल में हूँ, वो मुझसे मिलना चाहते हैं। क्या करूँ?
हम दोनों के साथ
देखा हेमंत भाई, ऐसे साइबर फ्रॉड और साइबर क्राइम से बचने के लिए कभी भी ऐसी सिचुएशन में आप हो तो सबसे पहले www.cybercrime.gov.in पर अपनी कंप्लेंट रजिस्टर करें। किसी भी प्रकार का फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड होने पर 1930 पर कॉल करें। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
अवेयर रहे, अलर्ट रहे।
किसी भी अनजान लिंक पर क्लिक ना करें।
अपनी निजी जानकारी किसी के साथ शेयर ना करें।
बैंक की डिटेल और अपना ओटीपी के साथ शेयर ना करें।
और सबसे जरूरी बात, सतर्क रहें, सावधान रहें, जागते रहें।
जागते रहो, 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 जागते रहो। बिना शक्ल वाले चोर घूम रहे हैं, बिना शक्ल वाले चोर घूम रहे हैं, बड़ी अकल वाले चोर घूम रहे हैं, बड़ी अकल वाले चोर घूम रहे हैं। जागते रहो, जागते रहो, जागते रहो, जागते रहो।
इंटरनेट के दोस्तों पे भरोसा न करो,
इंटरनेट के दोस्तों पे भरोसा न करो।
रातों रात लखपति का ख्वाब छोड़ दो,
रातों रात लखपति का ख्वाब छोड़ दो।
जागते रहो,
जागते रहो, जागते रहो, जागते रहो।
पर देखो खुद को, यूं ना भागते रहो।
रुक कर देखो खुद को, यूं ना भागते रहो। रुक कर देखो खुद को, यूं ना भागते रहो। जागते रहो, जागते रहो, जागते रहो, जागते रहो।
और इसी तरह से आप जागते रहेंगे, सतर्क रहेंगे, सावधान रहेंगे, जागरूक रहेंगे, औरों को भी जागरूक करेंगे, तो हमारा देश भारत बनेगा साइबर सुरक्षित भारत। भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय। इस जानकारी को सब लोगों तक जरूर पहुंचाएं।
हुए 75 साल भैया, हुए 75 साल, आजाद हुए मेरे भारत को, हुए 75 साल, हुए 75 साल भैया, हुए 75 साल, आजाद हुए मेरे भारत को, हुए 75 साल, हुए 75 साल भैया, हुए 75 साल, आजाद हुए मेरे भारत को, हुए 75 साल।
भारत को आजाद हुए 75 साल हो गए। अब वक्त है उसे साइबर क्राइम से आजादी दिलाने का। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, प्लीज गिव इट अप वंस मोर फॉर स्टेप्स फॉर चेंज फाउंडेशन। वेल, दैट वाज अमेजिंग। और अब ड्रामा से निकलकर असल जिंदगी के अनुभवों की बात करते हैं। लेट्स कम टू रियल लाइफ। वी हैव मिस रोनिला सिंह विद अस, हु इज अ पेरेंट. आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट हर टू शेयर हर एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ ऑनलाइन इश्यूज एंड सेफ्टी विद अस. Can we get the mic to ma'am? Ma'am, we'll get the mic to you. Okay, sure. As you're comfortable. Okay, fine. Sure. Yeah, sure.
So a very good morning to all the esteemed gentry which is present here, our guests and dear children. As she mentioned, I am Mrs. Ronila Singh, a parent and an ex-teacher by profession. I am really happy to be here today, to be up on this dais, to share my views and concerns regarding the influence of the internet in our daily lives. When I came here, I had this whole blast of, emotions, of changes, of innovations, everything that was going on. And believe me, I had to condense my thoughts, which I was just penning down as and when the events were taking place. So it's very encouraging for me as an individual to see such organizations taking an initiative to build safer passageways for children to surf the internet, given the nature and the extent of cyber crimes against the youth. And as a parent, I deal with two opposite kind of situations. You see, I have two children. My son, who can barely raise his head from his phone or computer, and there's little one can do to stop an 18-year-old. However, I feel that precious hours of honing on skills and gaining positive influence from the net is lost. On the other hand, my daughter is an avid tennis player and couldn't bother less even if the TV were not turned on, believe me. So I am in a very catch-22 situation here. And however, in both the situations, the internet is all pervasive. We all know that. Whether online classes take place or registrations or simple YouTube watching. So as a teacher also, we are plagued both ways. I constantly hear parents complain of addictive behavior at the cost of interpersonal relationships. And often we come across a child who has been caught off guard, not aware of who he or she has been chatting with on social networks. We too feel the pressure while trying to protect our privacy. I have over the years come to the conclusion that although not 100% absolute, but parents can prevent children from seeing and accessing violent or inappropriate material online. And by personal experience, I'm telling you this, that it is very important to keep a two-way communication open amongst yourselves, between you and your child. Whether it is a student, whether it is your own personal child, both ways I'm speaking. So because, parental controls such as safe search, you have to also be very open with them. And you have to find out who their online friends are. I'm not saying that you have to be discreet or you have to give judgment. No, they are children. They are looking up to you. At the end of the day, a child is a child. We were also exposed to a lot of things in our time. We have to remember that. We have equally annoyed our elders. It's not their fault. So at the end of the day, the bottom line is it's just a child. Parental controls such as safe search filters have helped one in the past, and it even helps children to, keep their location private and to not share photos or posts online. Most of the networking and, I've seen like geotagging, these features, these kind of, at times they worry me, at times they reassure me because, in case one is careless, that's what I've seen. If not turning it off, it leads to safety concerns. One thing which I vouch for as a parent is to keep your screens and devices where it is visible. I know half the audience here, which is full of children, will not be very happy with me, but it helps. And stories of the dark net are even scarier. Although it was shared with me by my son, it was shared with me by my 18-year-old that there is something known as dark net. Are you aware of this? And it was also very reassuring. It was very reassuring for me as a parent to know that he was aware and concerned about this and this arena. He worries for his sister too, and indeed it is a concern. We must always keep in mind that the internet isn't private. We always have to be careful at all times. We must use it to its full potential, but we must also try and contain some kind of control over it. So love it, hate it, you can't ignore it. I also wish that there was some parallel system at times as a teacher, as a parent, that, where we are aware of what the child is doing. We are at par with some WhatsApp group for some subject group, because unfortunately, parents have no access. And when tasks are given to children, the parents are unaware. And somewhere in all this, what happens is that when the teacher's complaint comes, it makes no dent at all. Because the parent is not aware, we are not in the picture. But if there was some kind of a parallel way, and that is really a wish where we are, in the system, but we are not with them. Of course, it comes with our own duties too. It cannot be that we start judging them or we start shouting at them. It's not been done. This task is incomplete. So it becomes a cat-mouse game actually with the parent. And the digital world is invading our lives every minute yet. We need to prepare our children for future usage of internet outside the safety of homes and schools. They will have to be cyber smart. They will have to be, importantly, prepared for that outside world. And we should practice what we preach. This I surely believe in. We need to limit our own screen time, be cautious of ourselves for them to avoid the perils of cyberspace. So the younger generation is growing more and more tech savvy and dependent on it for online games, binge watching, leading to, a lot of things, negative impact on your mental health, but it has its own challenges, I'm sure. And I've been so reassured here today that things are happening in a positive manner. So this generation is smart. We have to be smarter. That is my learning. And being here gives me the hope that and the confidence, that organizations like UNICEF, CyberPeace Foundation, and DELNET, and many other social as well as government agencies are trying to find the loopholes and to create a safer world against the online threats. It's not that I'm not excited about the AI or the cyber or the crypto currency or metaverse for that matter, but somewhere at the back of my mind as a parent, as an educator, I think that I am concerned more about the cons now with the coming generations, right? So it's really been an honor to be here today. And thank you so much for being patient enough to be here and to listen to me through it all. I am leaving now more reassured as a parent and as an educator both. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. There's a saying that goes that it's only when we grow up and become parents, we realize that our parents were right. It's a vicious circle. Yet one step at a time is how we'll get there, I believe. Thank you so much for sharing your experience, ma'am. We also have with us an ICT awardee and also an E-Raksha competition winner. Ladies and gentlemen, please now give up for Chandni Agarwal.
Thank you so much. A very, very happy Safer Internet Day, first of all. And what else better we can have? We are celebrating Safer Internet Day here with everyone and stepping towards a better, safer Internet Day. First of all, my big thanks to Major Vineet, founder, CyberPeace Foundation, Professor Indu Kumar, ma'am, and other all dignitaries present here. Before I start this, I would like to, I feel proud in sharing that from past 7 years, I am associated with CyberPeace Foundation and CIET-NCERT in the, it's a humanitarian action, a humanitarian mission towards spreading the cybersecurity awareness as a mission. And also I extend my heartfelt congratulations for launching the big initiative of CyberPeace TV, CyberPeace Café, which is another proven to be a big tool in spreading out the cyberpeace awareness and accomplishment of mission. So the first thing is a self-awareness. If we talk about the cyberpeace awareness and how to be safe in the digital world. So we can have self-awareness like such, we are attending these kind of events. And again, second step is awareness is the first and prevention is the second one. Then we have to educate our children, our community, our school through the means of participating in competitions and conducting various activities. And as an individual, I have contributed in terms of cybersecurity guide Android app, which is available in 5 languages. And other initiatives like spreading out the mission through NCERT official channels or educating the community through Telegram app where all can connect and we can always there to help in the digital world. As an educator, we have the opportunity to create responsible citizens, which becomes squared in terms of when we are creating responsible digital citizens. And like we all aware about the ChatGPT and the recent, if we talk about in the digital world,
In every second, there are billions of digital footprints are being marked everywhere, which can't be erased. So now this is one challenge which can be in terms of good thing, and it's up to you how you are using it, but use it again safely, not in the negative sort. So let's, we all pledge together this day. Let's make a better internet together and create a positive digital world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chandni ji, for those words. The iSafe Champions Project, a national level project, was launched some time back and was brought to you by the CyberPeace Foundation and UNICEF. It is now time that we hear it from our iSafe champions. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our iSafe champions.
मैं दुष्घटनाग्रस्त भोपाल से हूँ। दिनांक 22 नवंबर 2022 को भोपाल में साइबर सुरक्षा संबंधी प्रशिक्षण स्कूल शिक्षा विभाग एवं यूनिसेफ के द्वारा आयोजित आईसेफ सेमिनार कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया गया, जिसमें हमारे विभाग के संचालक श्री के द्विवेदी जी, श्री नीरज सक्सेना जी, श्री शिदा मैडम तथा यूनिसेफ के जोनल प्रतिनिधि शामिल हुए। मुख्य वक्ता के रूप में साइबर सुरक्षा के जानकार डॉक्टर रक्षित टंडन जी के द्वारा हम लोगों को साइबर सुरक्षा संबंधी अवधारणा से अवगत कराया, जिसमें टंडन जी ने बताया कि वर्तमान में जो बच्चों द्वारा ऑनलाइन गेम खेले जा रहे हैं, उनसे उनका मानसिक विकास तो अवरुद्ध हो ही रहा है, साथ ही गेमिंग सॉफ्टवेयर द्वारा ऐसे फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड भी किए जाते हैं जिससे बच्चे अवगत नहीं। इनसे बचने के लिए, जो कि हमारी अनभिज्ञता की वजह से होता है, जैसे कि लैक ऑफ साइबर हाइजीन है, पेरेंटल कंट्रोल मिसिंग है, कुछ नेटिकेट्स हैं जो कि हम लोग नहीं अपना पाते हैं, इन सब के बारे में उनके द्वारा जानकारी दी। वहीं पर उन्होंने हमको ईमेल आईडी से रिलेटेड डबल सिक्योरिटी कैसे करना है, लैपटॉप हो, डेस्कटॉप हो या हमारे कोई भी डिजिटल डिवाइस हो, उसको कैसे प्रोटेक्ट किया जाना है, बट ऑथेंटिकेशन हमको उसमें यूज कैसे करना है, इन सब से हमको अवगत कराया और इसके बारे में पूरी विस्तृत चर्चा की। हम अपने सोशल एप्स और बैंक संबंधी जो एप्स हम यूज करते हैं, उनको हम कैसे सिक्योर रखें, इसके बारे में भी श्री टंडन जी के द्वारा हम लोग अवगत कराए। वही मैं चाहता हूं कि इससे हम लोग तो खुद लाभान्वित हुए ही है, हमारे आसपास के लोग और हमारे शालाओं में पढ़ने वाले विद्यार्थी वो भी इन सब जानकारियों से अवगत हो और अवेयर है। तो इसके लिए हम जिला स्तर से एक योजना बनाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, काफी कुछ हमने तैयार कर लिया है कि प्रत्येक स्कूल तक हम इस बात को पहुंचाएं जिससे कि वो अवेयर है। इसके लिए हम लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं और ऐसा सेमिनार आयोजित करने के लिए मैं सभी का धन्यवाद देता हूं और स्पेशल थैंक्स टू टंडन।
23 नवंबर को हम लोगों को साइबर पीस फाउंडेशन यूनिसेफ के माध्यम से एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट के सभी टीचर्स को साइबर प्रोटेक्शन के लिए ट्रेनिंग दी गई। वर्तमान में साइबर हैकर्स का खतरा लगातार बढ़ता जा रहा है। इसके संदर्भ में हमको एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट में हमारे बच्चों के लिए, छोटे बच्चों के लिए और अन्य सभी, इवन हमारे लिए भी बहुत जरूरी है कि हम साइबर सुरक्षा के बारे में जानें। इस मीटिंग में हमें हमारे साइबर एक्सपर्ट के रूप में रक्षित जी टंडन द्वारा जो जानकारियां दी गई वो काफ़ी हेल्पफुल रही हैं और हम यहाँ पर आकर के बच्चों को प्रेरित कर पाए हैं। ये ट्रेनिंग हमारे जीवन में एक महत्वपूर्ण रोल अदा करती है क्योंकि गैजेट आज हमारी लाइफ का एक हिस्सा हो गया है। उनमें किस तरह के प्रोटेक्शंस होने चाहिए, उनको कैसे इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए, क्या होना चाहिए, क्या नहीं होना चाहिए, इसके बारे में हमको डिटेल जानकारी दी गई। एप्को के जो वहाँ पर फैसिलिटीज थी, भोपाल के अंदर बहुत शानदार फैसिलिटीज थी। प्रोजेक्टर के माध्यम से हमको सारी जानकारी प्रोवाइड करवाई गई, बहुत अच्छा कंटेंट हमको देखने को मिला और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि आगे भी हमको इस तरह की ब्रीफिंग दी जाती रहेगी और इस प्रकार की मीटिंग आगे यदि आवश्यकता पड़ी तो हमको जरूर प्रेरित करेंगे। साइबर पीस फाउंडेशन के द्वारा हम एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट की ओर से धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करते हैं यूनिसेफ का कि उन्होंने टीचर्स और बच्चों के लिए इतनी बेहतर ट्रेनिंग का आयोजन किया और हमको बहुत सारी सुविधाएं वहां पर देखने को मिली। एक मीडिया के थ्रू किस तरह से बच्चे ट्रैक किए जाते हैं उसके बारे में जानकारी प्राप्त हुई, कहाँ पर हम लोगों को ब्लॉक लगाना चाहिए, कितना किस ऐप का इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए, कौन से ऐप हार्मफुल है, कौन से अच्छे हैं, इसके बारे में हम जानने को मिला। किस तरह की सेटिंग्स हमको हमारे बच्चों के लिए रखना चाहिए, क्या चीज होना चाहिए क्या नहीं होना चाहिए नेट के ऊपर, क्योंकि नेट यदि हमारे बच्चों के लिए आवश्यक है तो वो हमारे बच्चों के लिए पूरी दुनिया को खोल देता है। एक टीचर के रूप में मुझे अपने बच्चों को क्या देना है क्या नहीं देना है, इसका बहुत अच्छा एक मिश्रण हमको देखने को मिला भोपाल की इस मीटिंग में। और हम एक बार फिर से धन्यवाद।
मैं संदीप सिंह कांस्टेबल साइबर थाना जिला सवाई माधोपुर से हूँ और दिनांक 17 जनवरी 2023 को सिस्को कैवेक्स के माध्यम से साइबर पीस फाउंडेशन और आरपीए जयपुर द्वारा जो साइबर क्राइम संबंधित ट्रेनिंग हमें दी गई थी उस ट्रेनिंग के बारे में कुछ व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ। साथियों, आज का समय साइबर से संबंधित है और आजकल दिन रोज साइबर अपराध घटित हो रहे हैं। इस संदर्भ में फैकल्टी द्वारा दिनांक 17/31 को जो जूम मीटिंग के माध्यम से हमें ट्रेनिंग दी गई थी बहुत सराहनीय, बहुत उत्कृष्ट थी, उससे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला। आने वाले भविष्य में जिस हिसाब से साइबर क्राइम बढ़ रहा है उस हिसाब से हमें और भी कुछ चीज़ों को सीखने की जरूरत है। फैकल्टी का जो हमें ज्ञान दिया गया है, फैकल्टी की टीम द्वारा जो हमें चीज़ें समझाई गई हैं उस पर हमें अमल करना चाहिए और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा सीखना चाहिए। फैकल्टी के बारे में यही गुजारिश करूँगा कि अपने जो राजस्थान पुलिस विभाग है उस विभाग को साइबर क्राइम संबंधित अन्य जो अपराध हैं उनकी रोकथाम के लिए हमें जो प्रयास करने चाहिए और नई तकनीक इसमें समावेशित करनी चाहिए, उसके लिए हमारे विभाग को अवगत कराया जाए ताकि इसकी गुणवत्ता में और सुधार लाया जाए और समय समय पर जिला स्तर या पुलिस मुख्यालय स्तर पर महीना या वीक के अंदर या 15 डेज के अंदर मतलब इस तरीका से साइबर के अपराध की रोकथाम के लिए कोर्स या कोई सेमिनार आयोजित की जानी चाहिए, जिससे हमें और साइबर संबंधी अपराधों में अपना परिवार, परिचित और आमजन को हम राहत प्रदान कर सकें और अच्छी चीजें सीखें। और यही कहना चाहूंगा मैं कि इसमें और गुणवत्ता की सुधार की जरूरत है। हमारे विभाग को इस बारे में और समय समय पर इस तरीका के सेमिनार आयोजित करने के लिए निवेदन किया जाए।
Well, that was all about the iSafe Champions project. You know, a majority of teenagers, over 50% of them, have been bullied or harassed online. And a similar share of teenagers, that is again about 50%, say it's a major problem for their age. Now, this was in a study published sometime in 2018, and I'm guessing the numbers have only gone up since then, but hoping we have a way to reduce them. In fact, more youth, about 40%, experience cyberbullying on Instagram than any other platform, again, from the same study. In the light of all of this, to promote responsible digital engagement and to create safer cyberspace for children, we now transition into a panel discussion so that we may equip ourselves to effectively respond to and prevent cybercrimes against children, improve our understanding of the nature and extent of cybercrimes against children, identify gaps in the current response mechanism and recommendations for improvement, and also raise awareness about the issues of cybercrimes against children and the need for a safer internet specifically for children. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now invite on the dais our respected moderator, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul from DELNET, to take this forward. Over to you, ma'am. Applause is always necessary to accompany each and everything. Thank you so much. Thank you, indeed. And a very pleasant good afternoon. Warm greetings to all of you on the occasion of Safer Internet Day that all of us are celebrating today on the second day of the second week of the second month of 2023. It's a profound honor and privilege to be here with each one of you. And it's indeed a great honor for DELNET to be associated with this most prestigious program today. At the very outset, I think not only me, but each one of us here today would like to acknowledge the most relentless and tireless efforts of no one else other than Major Vineet Kumar, whose splendid, stupendous efforts for more than a decade, who has been working like a true karmayogi in making it sure that we make this world a safer place. We make this digital world a more secure place for each one of us. He deserves a very big applause from each one of us. And thank you so very much, Vineet, for always being lighting up, illuminating, the lives of the others. And that's all because of your very dynamic leadership, a true leader who really believes in serving the society through his very, very selfless efforts. I have an honor and privilege in knowing Vineet right from the very early days of inception of CPF, and we can never, ever I think each one of us can never thank him enough. May God bless you and you remain enthused with the great sense of dedication and devotion. It's very few people that you come across in your life who are just working. It's a mission for him, a vision that he holds always with him. And that's how we all have got this wonderful opportunity to be here today on the occasion of celebrating. So it's celebrating, the efforts of CyberPeace Foundation, spearheaded by Major Vineet. It's a profound privilege for me to moderate this panel discussion. Each one of us have witnessed since morning today how enriching, empowering, and enlightening the day was, and it has truly been made possible because of the efforts being put in by all the collaborating organizations. And our very special thanks to UNICEF, especially to the UNICEF and CyberPeace Foundation, including NCERT and also NBT, and it has been a pleasure for DELNET to be associated with this program today. I would like to acknowledge the presence of our most, energizing component today. It has not been only the deliberations, but I must say our young kids today, the children here today, the future, but while being in the present, we are able to see our future. What else, we could ever can think about and can dream about. Thank you so very much for making this day a very vibrant day. And it has truly been a very special day that we are going to remember and cherish forever. Thank you so very much, our very young kids, who are there. Your presence here today has truly been appreciated. Thanks for being there and giving us a chance to celebrate the Safer Internet Day with your presence here today. All of us, we know ourselves for sure that our world is more connected than ever before. And when we think about these connections, the digital connections, among the billions of people online, children are the ones who are increasingly using internet. I would like to have an immense pleasure in now requesting and inviting our distinguished panelists of this panel discussion who want to deliberate on the main theme of today's program, creating safer cyberspace for children. May I have a pleasure of requesting, firstly, Dr. Professor Indu Kumar ji. Madam, may I have a pleasure of requesting you to kindly come on the dais and take your position. Having a pleasure in Yes, okay. Have an immense pleasure in requesting Shri Rakesh MaheshwarI from MeitY. It's an honor for us, sir, because I was being informed that you're enrolled. It's an honor for us to have you with us on this platform today. May I have a pleasure of requesting you to take your position in the dais. Requesting Major Vineet Kumar. Major Vineet, may I request you, please join us on the dais.
I would like to now request Mrs. Bindu Sharma from ICMEC. Ms. Sharma, may I request you to kindly be there. So we have a distinguished galaxy of our distinguished speakers who are going to now, in a short while, going to deliberate. And I would just like to apprise you that what we intend to really do in fairly around it's fairly around a 1-hour session that we are going to have. So firstly, our panelists are going to deliberate on the main theme. And I would just like to mention that this 40 minutes duration session will be followed by a 15 minutes interaction. And especially we would be requesting our young kids who are here today, be ready enough with your questions that you would like to, ask our distinguished panelists here today. We would like to now, I would be requesting, if we have a cordless mic, may I request our colleagues here, can we have a cordless mic? There are 2 on the table, perfectly fine. So we are just shortly commencing the session now, that is the panel discussion, and we look forward to having quite enriching and meaningful deliberations, which would definitely be contributing towards the recommendations of the program. Let me have an immense pleasure in introducing you all, firstly to our distinguished panelist, Shri Rakesh MaheshwarI, who is a Scientist G and Group Coordinator and Senior Director and Group Coordinator, Cyber Law and Security at Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Mr. Maheshwari is an engineer in electronics and communication by qualification and has spent fairly around 2.5 decades working with Government of India, including the last 6 years working as Senior Director and Group Coordinator, Cyber Law and Cybersecurity in Ministry of Electronics and IT. As he has worked in all matters related to the IT Act, including designated officer under 69A of the IT Act, the recent intermediary guidelines published by MeitY in 2021, court cases where ministry has been respondent, interaction with the social media platforms, safety of women and children on internet, and interaction with various departments or cybercrime, cyber laws. He was also involved in the early work of PDP bill, as well as some of the JPC discussions after the bill has been presented in the parliament in 2019. He has also been involved in working with BIS on privacy management, standard development. It's a profound privilege for us, Shri Maheshwarji. Thank you so very much for sparing time and being there with us today with us. All of you, please give a big applause acknowledging the presence of our distinguished speaker today with us. We have with us today Professor Indu Kumar, Professor of Education at CIET, one of the most prestigious institutions in the country, NCERT. And the Professor Indu Kumar, Madam, we thank you for joining us today in these deliberations at the panel discussion. The Professor Indu Kumarji's areas of interest includes educational technology, ICT, e-content development, and also the gender studies, having an MA and MPhil and a B.Ed and M.Ed from Delhi University and a PhD. She has been awarded various scholarships, in various reputed organizations. And while being here, her major contributions, if we think about, while being here at NCERT, includes as a principal investigator for research projects of NCERT in ICT and also in educational technology. She has a PhD guidance and evaluation of PhD thesis of various universities. She has been instrumental in developing the curriculums and teaching learning materials and member of author terms and core teams for curriculum development, textbooks and other TLMs developed by NCERT, other institutions and states in the areas of AT and ICT. She has also been involved with the development of textbook-based e-contents in all subject areas, developed series of audio videos and interactive contents in various subject areas, and has also been into the various portals and apps being developed by NCERT. It's a profound honor for us to have you here once again, to have you with us today. Thank you very much, ma'am. We have Major Vineet Kumar. All of us knows it's only because of Major Vineet that we are able to be here. The person who really needs no introduction, and the reason that he is being known through the splendid work that he has, he has been demonstrating since morning. We have been seeing how innovatively, how with a very visionary thought, he's able to see what is being required in the society around. And well before we desire, he's there always ready to serve that. Great honor and privilege, and all of us are knowing about it. But yes, this is for our young children. You should always see the most inspiring person around here today. No one else other than Major Vineet Kumar. And this is for our young students to know about it, that what you are seeing Major Vineet today, who is indeed a founder and a global president of CyberPeace Foundation, a social entrepreneur, founder, and who studied cyber defense and information assurance at Cranfield University in UK, been an alumni of Cambridge University and Geneva Center for Security Policy, and has served in the significant positions of Chief Technology Officer and Head of the State Government Agency, Cyber Defense Research Centers of the Government of Jharkhand. He received 8 international and 18 national awards for his work on cyberpeace and cybersecurity. And prominent ones include Sheving Scholarship, Government of UK, IVLP of Government of United States, British Council Future Leaders of 2017, United Nations Youth Assembly Youth Achievement Award of 2008, United Kingdom's Youth Award 2007, and semi-finalist for Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia 2018. He has been a jury member of the prestigious Mobile World Conference in Barcelona in Spain in 2020, and he has been quoted as an expert in international and national media like New York Times, BBC Channel, and Radio France, and many others. And this is to tell to our young students here about Major Vineet. And let me tell you all about it, that Major Vineet, at the age of 14, how many of you are at the age of 14 here or going to be of, just raise your hands. Just raise your hands. In next 2 years, how many of you are going to be of age 14? Next 2 years? You are at the age of 12 now. Good. Very, very heartening to see this. So now remember this, that Major Vineet, at the age of 14, he founded the first of its kind National Anti-Hacking Group, NHE, and the Global Ethical Hackers Association, which had 10,000 plus members to protect the cyber world. With the aim to fund his nonprofit, at the age of 14, he founded Security Brigade, one of the fastest growing IT companies in Asia at that time. So how many of you would like to follow Major Vineet? Raise your hands. Say yes or no. How many of you? Everyone wants to follow? Great. That's being, we are really so delighted and happy to hear that. Thank you so very much, Major Vineet, for really being, the person who is leading from the front and making it possible for us to be here. We have our distinguished speaker and then the panelist today, Mrs. Bindu Sharma ji, who serves as an Asia Pacific Policy Director at International Center for Missing and Exploiting Children at US headquartered NGO based in Singapore. Mrs. Bindu leads the ICMEC program in the region, working closely with the government, multilateral agencies, and international organizations. And she has been a prolific author and also has been on a number of different boards of international and development organizations in Asia, Australia, North America, and many other countries. Profound privilege to have you with us today. And we would like to start our deliberations for the day. And firstly, we would like to start off with Mr. Rakesh MaheshwarI. We have a distinguished panelist, and we would like to now have a couple of our deliberations on various pertinent topics which are of concern on the main theme of this of the panel discussion. And my first question, before I come back and sit over there, Mr. Maheshwari, is for you. And as you hold a great experience, and has been a person closely working with the laws, I think each one of us would like to know that if you may kindly apprise us the new stringent laws, which are being formulated, safeguarding the children in particular in the cyberspace. Would you like to throw some light on that to initiate the discussions?
Hello. Thank you for inviting me, and congratulations to CyberPeace Foundation for launching CyberPeace TV today. I represent Ministry of Information, Electronics and Information Technology, and this ministry is the custodian of Information Technology Act 2000. We are also presently working on the Digital Data Protection Bill 2022, which was recently put up for public consultation. And we are in the process of collating the comments received from the public, from the stakeholders meetings that we conducted, as well as from other government stakeholders. Now, as regards the specific question of children's safety as to what are the provisions in the law or what provisions have been made recently through the rules that have been published under the IT Act. The present IT rules, which were released in February 2021 and amended as recently as 28th October 2022, presently create an onus on the social media platforms and other online intermediaries that it is their job to ensure that there is no unlawful activity or a harmful activity, particularly relating to harms relatable to children, are available, are hosted, or are transmitted, or are stored on their platforms. तो यदि किसी भी समय किसी भी यूजर को या नॉन यूजर को किसी भी ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म पे यदि ऐसा मटेरियल मिलता है जो कि आपके हिसाब से अनलॉफुल है, जो कि आपके हिसाब से हार्मफुल है, जो कि आपकी प्राइवेसी को ब्रीच करता है या जो कि बच्चों को इम्पैक्ट करता है, तो then you yourself can approach the concerned intermediary platform through the grievance officer mechanism. और particularly बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म्स के लिए जैसे कि फेसबुक हुआ, इंस्टाग्राम हुआ, यूट्यूब हुआ, ट्विटर हुआ, शेयर चैट हुआ, या कोई भी जो भी बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म बनेगा जिसमें कि 50 लाख से ऊपर यूजर्स इंडिया के होंगे, रजिस्टर्ड यूजर्स इंडिया के होंगे, from the law perspective, we have forced them, or we have asked them, the law mandates that they have a grievance officer here in India. They have their offices in India. So इससे पहले ऐसा नहीं है कि ग्रीवांस ऑफिसर नहीं थे, ग्रीवांस ऑफिसर थे, लेकिन ग्रीवांस ऑफिसर इंडिया में नहीं था. उनका लोकल लाइजन ऑफिस, जिसको मैं बोलूं कि गूगल यूएस का हो, ट्विटर यूएस का हो, वो इंडिया में नहीं था. इंडिया में अब उनके ऑफिसेज एस्टेब्लिश हुए हैं. 24 घंटे के अंदर आपका ग्रीवांस का एक्नॉलेजमेंट देना होगा. कुछ मटेरियल जो कैटेगरीज मैंने बोली उनको 72 घंटे में 72 hours they will have to take a call whether to remove or whether to retain. So resolution of grievances have to happen within 72 hours. सरकार के पास में अपनी एक कैपेबिलिटी है कि यदि अनलॉफुल है तो we will correlate it with the law that is being violated and the law which is being administered by us. So with government it is 72 hours, 36 hours. With any individual, any user, it is 72 hours. And if this material is breaching your own privacy, बहुत बार आपके रिवेंज पॉर्न, बहुत बार आपकी बिना मर्जी के कोई सेक्सुअल कंटेंट, मॉर्फ्ड कंटेंट आपका यदि इस तरह से आ जाता है, सो इनसे सिनेरियो और पर्टिकुलरली डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में वायरल होने के बहुत चांसेस रहते हैं. तो दिस रिक्वायरमेंट इज ऑफ 24 आवर्स. यदि आप सीधा, यदि आप किसी भी अपने ऑथराइज्ड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव के थ्रू, पुलिस के थ्रू, पेरेंट्स के थ्रू अप्रोच करते हैं प्लेटफॉर्म को, within 24 hours that material which is impacting you, your privacy has to go. सबसे बड़ी बात आती है कि नहीं हटाया तो क्या होगा? And that's the question which, see, IT एक्ट जब बना था, ये सब चीजें उस तरह से नहीं सोची गई थी। सरकार का एम बहुत क्लियर है कि साइबर स्पेस ओपन, सेफ, सिक्योर, ट्रस्टेड होना चाहिए, अकाउंटेबल होना चाहिए, प्लेटफॉर्म्स की अकाउंटेबिलिटी होनी चाहिए। तो एक तरफ तो आपने लॉ क्रिएट किया, लेकिन क्योंकि इतने सारे यूजर्स हैं इंडिया में, आपने ग्रीवांस डाली, नहीं रिपोर्ट हुई, नहीं एक्ट हुई, तो आप क्या कर सकते हैं? हर आदमी के पास में कोर्ट जाने का ऑप्शन नहीं है, इतना इजी नहीं है। तो वेरी रिसेंटली, वंस अगेन ऑन 28th October, we decided that in some such scenarios that government now will be intervening. We have already, just about 10 days back, we have created three grievance appellate committees, each comprising of 2 members independent, for which we had originally advertised about a month back, and 1 member from government. So 3 grievance appellate committees have been made. The portal is being worked out. So gac.gov.in, which should also become operational on 1st March 2023. यानी कि आपकी कोई भी यदि अनरिजॉल्व्ड ग्रीवांस रहती है तो आप इस ग्रीवांस अपीलेट कमेटी को अप्रोच कर सकते हैं, along with your details, the grievance that you had put, the response that you have received, and why you are aggrieved. और ये पूरा का पूरा ऑनलाइन है, ऑनलाइन होगा क्योंकि ये होने वाला है। 30 दिन के अंदर इसको उन्हें रिजॉल्व करना होगा, और यदि इंटरमीडिएट से जवाब मांगा गया तो वो भी उन्हें लगभग 4 दिन में, 4 days, I mean clock days में उन्हें रिस्पॉन्ड करना होगा। तो एक कोशिश की जा रही है कि इस तरह के माध्यम से we are able to make the intermediaries, social media intermediaries, more accountable. बाकी के मैंने जो प्रोविजन बताया अपने आप में एक इम्पॉर्टेंट प्रोविजन है, जिसमें 24 घंटे में आप ये कोई भी मटेरियल खुद या खुद के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव के थ्रू हटवा सकते हैं। चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूज किसी भी तरह से क्राइम है इंडिया में बाय द लॉ। उसका देखना, उसका डाउनलोड करना, उसका स्टोर करना, ट्रांसमिट करना, तो पहला तो यह है कि बी अवेयर ऑफ द लॉ, है ना। तो अवेयरनेस के नाम पर भी इस मिनिस्ट्री का एक बड़ा प्रोग्राम है, इंफॉर्मेशन सिक्योरिटी एजुकेशन एंड अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम। और एक बहुत अच्छी साइट है, वेबसाइट है, पोर्टल है, infosecawareness.in, और ये मल्टीपल भाषाओं में, इंडिया की भाषाओं में अवेलेबल है। बच्चों के लिए, पेरेंट्स के लिए, स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, तो बच्चों और स्टूडेंट्स में भी फर्क कर रहा हूं, पेरेंट्स एंड टीचर्स में भी फर्क कर रहा हूं, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स के लिए, पुलिस ऑफिसर्स के लिए, सोशल मीडिया को कवर करते हुए, रेलेवेंट किसी भी टॉपिक को कवर करते हुए, इन सब चीजों का इसमें एक सिंगल वेबसाइट पे ये मटेरियल अवेलेबल है। 24/7 हेल्पलाइन अवेलेबल है। तो इसका मतलब आप एक ट्रस्टेड सोर्स के पास में इंफॉर्मेशन ले सकते हैं, एंड यू कैन गेट टू नो मोर अबाउट दिस। लॉ के हिसाब से इलीगल हैं ये सब चीजें, और कोई भी ऐसी चीज आती है तो एक और पोर्टल जो कि cybercrime.gov.in, जो कि एक नेशनल साइबर क्राइम पोर्टल है, और उसका नंबर भी एक टेलीफोन नंबर है 1930। आपके साथ में किसी भी तरह का साइबर फ्रॉड, साइबर क्राइम यदि होता है तो इमीडिएटली ऑन 1930 24/7 in your, hopefully in your own language, and then of course the cybercrime portal which is available. I don't say that the conviction will be very high, conviction may still be low, but जब ये पैसा particularly जो है बहुत तेज भागता है, तो जितना जल्दी आप रिपोर्ट कर देंगे होपफुली उतना जल्दी पैसा रुक जाएगा So one thing is about awareness, second thing is about detection, third thing is about maybe containment and maybe further prosecution. So ये कुछ initiatives हैं जो कि मैंने आपसे share की. I'm maybe happy to take up any other.
So just one quick question, which we generally encounter, that is how really to strengthen, this reporting mechanism, because we generally find that even when we talk about, the population at large, people are not knowing, where to go, So do you, feel that, do you foresee that if the government may pass a kind of a mandate on that all the websites which are running in the country, they can easily, you are at MeitY, you can do that. Means if all the websites which are being running with our Indian domains, you should have this cybersecurity helpline kind of a numbers, as you said, 1930, or a couple of other links of this InfoSec and others. So it's like a mandatory disclosure. We do that. Similarly, if we just put it as a cybersecurity helpline, the government cybersecurity helpline, make it mandatory that every website has to comply, so that at least whether we are in an institution, in a school, or any website, wherever someone has visited and gone, they know that, yes, I can go to the site and can get help. Means because passing on this information is, again, it becomes that's a very big, gap area, which is people have got the issues and they try to ask someone, they may try to approach someone, their near and dear ones, this has happened, but society at large is still struggling hard, if once whether we talk about, as an individual, as an organization. So do you, sir, think that, what are the ways that you feel should be there in order to strengthen this, you have already highlighted about it, the reporting mechanism and the response system, and how to really bridge up, how to really see to it that it becomes an
देखिए cyber world में where anybody can post from anywhere at any time and the communication is instant across the globe, this is going to be a challenge at any given time. Particularly WhatsApp वगैरह में ये facility ही नहीं है कि वो कहते हैं कि end-to-end encrypted है. तो जो चीज भेजी जा रही है, जो चीज देखी जा रही है, in a way it is good also because it is protecting your privacy. तो बहुत ज्यादा आप कंट्रोल लगाना शुरू करेंगे तो at the end of the day we are all human beings. We always try to find means and ways to bypass it. No government in the world is so pristine. So बहुत ज्यादा कंट्रोल लगाना भी कोई बहुत अच्छी बात नहीं है, है ना. प्राइवेसी का जैसे ही ये बिल डीपीडीपी के नाम से जो आज डिजिटल डेटा प्रोटेक्शन बिल जो है, यदि जैसे भी जब भी ये बिल बनता है जिसके लिए कि सरकार काफी एफर्ट कर रही है इस समय, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक कंप्रिहेंसिव फ्रेमवर्क आएगा कि आपका डेटा जो आपने दिया है, जिस कंडीशन पे आपने दिया है, उसी कंडीशन पे ही यूज हो और उसके सिवाय यूज ना हो. बट बियॉन्ड दिस पॉइंट, monitoring everything is actually not a desirable thing. Is actually not a desirable thing. साइबर सिक्योरिटी से रिलेटेड यदि कोई भी ऐसा इंसिडेंट होता है तो उसके लिए भी कंप्यूटर इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस टीम is there, certain is there, which is a 24/7 organization. And once again, it's a trusted organization. यदि आपका कोई कंप्यूटर, आपका कोई भी सिस्टम यदि लगता है कि बॉट से इम्पैक्ट हुआ है, यदि कहीं कमांड कंट्रोल में यदि डीडॉस अटैक वगैरह में यूज हुआ है, तो नॉर्मली दे ट्राई टू रीच आउट टू द कंसर्न्ड ISPs because they do not have the visibility of the user, but they have the visibility up to the ISPs. And beyond the ISPs, it is the responsibility of ISP to approach the concerned user because they know which IP was allocated to which user at that particular moment of time. लेकिन इस साइट पे कुछ टूल्स पड़े हुए हैं, कुछ एंटीवायरस, कुछ एंटीबॉट, जो कि एक ट्रस्टेड साइट है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की. और इस समय जबकि साइबर सेफ्टी का, साइबर सिक्योरिटी का एक इट्स a 2 week 15 days पखवाड़ा जो कहते हैं हम चल रहा है, दे आर रेगुलरली सेंडिंग मैसेजेस. तो ये सब चीजें हैं, लेकिन ये भी फैक्ट है कि अवेयरनेस की बहुत जरूरत है. And to that an extent, organizations like CyberPeace Foundations, NCERT also in their syllabus, and everybody, each one of us has to contribute to that goal. And I can also now tell you, when I was talking of that, particularly when it's the revenge porn and sex and breach of privacy, when you can approach directly or through the representative, CyberPeace Foundation is one of the trusted flagger, which is recognized by Facebook, which is recognized by YouTube, and maybe Twitter also, I do not know. But at least these major platforms have recognized that. Means when they are reporting on your behalf, no further questions should be asked, and it should be acted expeditiously. That means ये बड़ा private issue है. ये प्राइवेट इशू है, इसमें आप नहीं चाहते कि आपके और प्लेटफॉर्म जहां पे की कंटेंट है उसके सिवाय तीसरा किसी भी आदमी को नॉलेज हो. इनफैक्ट एक और इनिशिएटिव मैं और बताना चाहूंगा, विच इज stopncii.org. कहीं आपको लगता है stopncii.org, और मैं चाहता हूं कि इस देश में भी लगभग उसी तरह का कोई एक्टिविटी हो. ये यूके बेस्ड है आज के दिन में, फेसबुक ने लीड ली. आपको लगता है कि कोई रिवेंज पॉर्न आपके पास में है. रिवेंज पॉर्न का मतलब बेसिकली है क्या, कि यू वर इन गुड रिलेशनशिप विद सम बॉय सम गर्ल, है ना, ऑल गुड टाइम्स, वेरी गुड. someday something happened, you parted with. Photographs today are available, videos are available with everybody, and you believe that this video, which is also available with your maybe the earlier counterpart, probably can be uploaded. Can you do something about it? And that is when stopncii.org kind of sites, which have a collaboration with the big tech platforms, कि आप उस वीडियो का या आप उस फोटोग्राफ का आपके पास भी अवेलेबल है और आपको अंदेशा है, you have a feeling, gut feeling that it can be uploaded. You share this, and when you share means you actually share the technical, उसका hash निकाल के share किया जाएगा on such sites like stopncii.org, which will then circulate this hash to the tech platforms. ICMEC is also, is working in that particular area of child sexual abuse. लेकिन ये मैं revenge porn की बात कर रहा हूँ. तो इसमें यदि आप शेयर कर देते हैं, तो then that particular material, if it is not changed, will not come on those platforms, cannot be uploaded on the platforms. It's a great thing and should be definitely explored, क्योंकि इंडियन कल्चर में इंडियन के हिसाब से ये चीजें अवेलेबल होनी चाहिए.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your vast expertise and wisdom, with each one of us. Last question, I know that you have to rush you have another meeting. Any message, sir? What is a message for our young kids here? They may like to hear from you.
देखिए बच्चों, simple है. Time is yours. You know better than what your parents know. But be responsible when you are on internet. Anything, when you think something is going wrong, please talk to your parents. Please talk to your teachers. Don't keep it with you. है ना? ये जितना भी ये blue whale game और ये वो जितने भी इस टाइप की चीजें आई थी, most likely they were not existing, but trying to catch hold of people who were weak, sentimentally weak, psychologically weak. तो अपने को strong बनाओ, है ना? पहली, बहुत ज्यादा डिजिटल एसेट्स का यूज भी बहुत ज्यादा एक पॉइंट से आगे ना करो. दूसरा, बी अवेयर, रिपोर्ट, है ना, bring it to the knowledge and try to make this world as peaceful as CyberPeace wants. Thank you.
Greatly indebted to you, sir. Thank you so very much indeed. Would like to request Major Vineet to present a memento to Shri Maheshwari. Sir has to leave because he has an important meeting to attend in the ministry. So we remain much grateful to you. Vineet, you have to come. Vineet, you need to come. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. And I'm very sorry to the other colleagues of mine here on the panel. I'm taking leave and I took the luxury of maybe bypassing.
Sorry, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we are now inching towards approaching our the second distinguished panelist, Professor Dr. Indu Kumar ji. And Madam, for you, being there at CIET at NCERT, the question is, how does NCERT envisage to tackle this issue of sensitizing the young children through its course curriculums? Can we expect the introduction and integration of cyber safety education modules at the school level? And what are the, the current leads in this direction when we think about NCERT? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, Good afternoon, everyone. So NCERT is always concerned with any burning issue which relates to children and the education of children. Nowadays, cyber safety and security has become a very burning issue, especially in case of younger children, because they are moving in cyber spaces more than we adults do. So there is no adult supervision also at times. So they need to be made aware of the safety and security concern. Also, we have to target the adult population who are teachers and parents. And as the representative of NCERT, I want to recommend that everything should be added to the mainstream curriculum, because we also need to adhere to not just exceeding the curricular load to children, but there are hidden curriculum also. There are other aspects of the curriculum through which we need to approach to children, and we are doing that only. क्योंकि कोई भी चीज अगर बच्चों को पढ़ने के लिए एक मॉड्यूल ऐड कर दें तो उससे मुझे नहीं लगता कि बच्चों को बहुत अच्छा लगेगा एक और एक्स्ट्रा बुक पढ़ना। लेकिन अगर वो को करिकुलर फॉर्म में बच्चों के लिए चीजें होंगी तो वो ज्यादा अच्छा होगा। और उसके लिए वी आर पार्टनरिंग विद डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस। CyberPeace is one of the organization, and also we are partnering with UNICEF to address the issues. So we have a portal called Diksha, digital infrastructure for knowledge sharing. वहां पर साइबर सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी से रिलेटेड एक्स्ट्रा मटेरियल है, और जहां भी करिकुलम में जो चीज रिलेवेंट है वी शुड अडॉप्ट एन इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच। जैसे फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट है, अगर इकोनॉमिक्स की बुक में हम फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड्स के बारे में भी ऐड करेंगे बिकॉज इट इज द नीड ऑफ द आवर, तो वो एक अच्छा इनिशिएटिव होगा बच्चों के लिए, क्योंकि वो मेन स्ट्रीम करिकुलम के साथ जो नए चैलेंजेस हैं उनको रिड्रेसल मिलेगा उन चीजों का। इसी तरह आईसीटी की जो किताबें हैं अगर उसके साथ हम कॉन्सेप्ट्स लाइक साइबर बुलिंग, बीइंग अ गुड नेटिजन्स, और दूसरे की सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी और प्राइवेसी का ध्यान रखना, इस तरह की बातों को उसके साथ इंटीग्रेट करेंगे तो वो ज्यादा अच्छा है। इसके अलावा जैसे सेफर इंटरनेट डे आज हम सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं, ये एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है टू स्प्रेड इंफॉर्मेशन, टू स्प्रेड एंड टू सेंसिटाइज चिल्ड्रन अबाउट द बर्निंग इश्यूज ऑफ साइबर सेफ्टी एंड सिक्योरिटी, एंड दैट skit which was happened here are some kind of co-curricular activities जो ज्यादा इंगेजिंग भी होती हैं बच्चों के लिए, और उससे इंफॉर्मेशन हम कैच करते हैं इन एन इंटरेस्टिंग मैनर, इन क्विक मैनर, बजाय कि एक मॉड्यूल हम पढ़ें सेम इशू के ऊपर। तो ये सारे को करिकुलर तरीके जो हैं वो ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट हैं टू स्प्रेड अवेयरनेस, टू सेंसिटाइज चिल्ड्रन अबाउट ऑल दीज इश्यूज। तो आईसीटी की जो हमारी कंप्यूटर साइंस की किताबें हैं उसमें हम इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हैं, और अब नई पॉलिसी एनईपी 2020 के हिसाब से जो करिकुलम है वो फ्रेमवर्क भी नया बन रहा है, इसके बाद टेक्स्ट बुक्स भी नई बनेंगी। तो जो नए इश्यूज हैं साइबर सेफ्टी एंड सिक्योरिटी रिलेटेड कंसर्न, जो भी जहां जरूरी है वो वहां पर इंटीग्रेट किए जाएंगे। एंड वी हैव already a focus group paper developed for educational technology, and cyber safety and security is an important concern which is added to that particular focus group paper, and all the concerned jotted down there will be taken care of while developing new curriculum and न्यू टेक्स्ट बुक्स। इसके अलावा जो प्रिवेंशन, जैसे कि हम सभी कह रहे हैं कि प्रिवेंशन बहुत जरूरी है, हाउ टू प्रिवेंट चिल्ड्रन, बजाय कि कोई क्राइम हो जाए उसका वेट हमें नहीं करना है। लेकिन उसके बाद भी हम ये नहीं कह सकते, जैसे कि फिजिकल वर्ल्ड सेफ नहीं है, वहां भी रोज क्राइम होते हैं। तो आप लोगों के पेरेंट्स जो यहाँ पर बच्चे बैठे हैं, आपको फिजिकल वर्ल्ड में मूव करने के बहुत सारे तरीके बताते हैं कि 7 बजे से पहले घर आ जाना या 8 से पहले घर आ जाना। अगर कहीं आप जा रहे हैं तो आप अपने घर के दरवाजे बंद करके जाते हो। लेकिन साइबर स्पेसेस क्या क्या रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस हैं, शायद ये अभी तक किसी को ऐसा बताया नहीं जाता है, बिकॉज द एल्डर्स आर नॉट अवेयर अबाउट द थ्रेट्स व्हिच आर देयर इन साइबर स्पेसेस। और इसके लिए अभी सभी लोगों ने बताया कि नेशनल साइबर क्राइम रिपोर्टिंग पोर्टल है, ये सब बच्चे नोट कर लें, नेशनल साइबर क्राइम रिपोर्टिंग पोर्टल। इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि कोई क्राइम हो जाए उसको वहां रिपोर्ट करना ही इस पोर्टल का उद्देश्य है। इस पोर्टल पे 24 तरीके के साइबर क्राइम्स लिस्टेड हैं और उनके बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन है। तो आप इस पोर्टल पर जाएं, देखें वो 24 तरीके के क्या क्राइम्स हैं, और अगर आपको रिपोर्ट करना है तो कैसे आप पोर्टल पर रिपोर्ट कर सकते हैं। सो यू नीड टू बी अवेयर अबाउट ऑल दीज थिंग्स। इसके अलावा जैसे ये हर साल के दूसरे महीने के दूसरे सप्ताह के को किया जाता है सेलिब्रेट सेफर इंटरनेट डे। इसी तरह अभी एक मूवमेंट है कि हर वेडनेसडे को साइबर जागरूकता दिवस मनाया जाता है, और साइबर जागरूकता दिवस में साइबर सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी रिलेटेड बहुत सारी एक्टिविटीज होती हैं। एनसीईआरटी उसमें एक वेबिनार करते हैं हम, लाइव वेबिनार, और ये यूट्यूब से लाइव स्ट्रीम भी होता है, और बाद में हमारे चैनल एनसीईआरटी ऑफिशियल पर वो अपलोड हो जाता है, ताकि आप लाइव ना देख पाए तो बाद में भी उसको देख सकें। तो ये सारे तरीके के इनिशिएटिव एनसीईआरटी लगातार हम कर रहे हैं, ना कि एक पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम में कोई चीज करके खत्म कर रहे हैं। और दूसरा एक कंसर्न ये भी है कि जो साइबर क्रिमिनल्स हैं वो ज्यादा इनोवेटिव हैं। अभी ये 24 तरीके के क्राइम्स हैं, हो सकता है इस लिस्ट में बहुत सारी चीजें ऐड हो जाएं। अगर हम एक चैप्टर या एक मॉड्यूल डाल देते हैं तो वो थोड़े टाइम में रिडंडेंट हो जाएगा, उसकी कोई रेलेवेंस नहीं रह जाएगी, क्योंकि नए नए क्राइम्स आ जाएंगे। अभी एक नया, जैसे आप लोगों ने सुना होगा कि आपका कोई ऑर्डर लेके घर पे आता है आपके, जो कि आपने किया ही नहीं, जो ऑनलाइन ऑर्डर करते हैं, और जब आप बोलते हैं कि आपने ये ऑर्डर करा ही नहीं है, तो दैट पर्सन विल कीप इंसिस्टिंग यू टू कैंसिल दैट ऑर्डर, और उसके लिए आपके पास एक ओटीपी आता है, ओटीपी आप उसको दे देते हैं, तो फिर आपका जो अकाउंट है वो और इंफॉर्मेशन है वो कॉम्प्रोमाइज होती है। तो क्रिमिनल्स बहुत नए नए तरीके ढूंढ लेते हैं। तो इसीलिए हमें निरंतर खुद को भी अपडेटेड एंड इन्फॉर्म्ड रखना है, और हर नए तरीके के क्राइम के एड्रेसल का, इशू के एड्रेसल का तरीका देखना है। और सबसे जरूरी बच्चों के लिए कि खुद रिस्पॉन्सिबल बनना। अगर हम अपने आप को बुलीड नहीं चाहते, कोई हमें बुली करे, तो हमें किसी और को भी बुली नहीं करना है। और अननेसेसरी के जो लोगों को ऑफेंड करने के लिए कई बार डिस्कशंस ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे चलते हैं, उसका पार्ट हमें नहीं बनना है। स्टॉक नहीं करना है लोगों को, किसी की अनडिजायरेबल कोई इमेज हमें वायरल नहीं करनी है, किसी को बुली नहीं करना है। तो ये सारी चीजों का ध्यान हमें भी रखना है, और अपने मोबाइल का और डिवाइस की सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी का ध्यान रखना है। अपना स्क्रीन टाइम मैनेज करना बहुत जरूरी है कि ऑल दी 24 आवर्स वी आर नॉट ऑन आवर मोबाइल, क्योंकि वो आपके लिए हार्मफुल है, इतना ज्यादा स्क्रीन टाइम for your mental and also for your physical health, because there are agronomic aspects also कि हम जब डिवाइस के सामने हैं तो हम कैसे बैठ रहे हैं, जिससे हमारे नेक में भी कई बार प्रॉब्लम्स हो सकती है, हमारे आई साइट की प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है। तो वी हैव टू कीप all these, be aware of all these issues and concerns related to safety and security. Thank you
so much. Since ma'am, we had earlier thought we are going to have the 2 rounds, but because of paucity of time, I think we'll have the quick questions, and one more thing that the panel may like to know is, what are the initiatives being undertaken at NCERT for digital content creation, especially on cybersecurity, as NCERT is chiefly involved for the content creation, the digital content creation. Would you like to throw ma'am some light?
So a lot of content, we are partnering with organizations because we might not have expertise in each and every area. So partnering with right organization is a very good thing, which now government is open to. And so we are as NCERT. So we partner with a lot of organizations who come up with their digital content on cyber safety and security. Like we have jointly launched today some of the content which will be digitally available on Diksha portal. Apart from that, on Diksha, there is an initiative called Vidyadan. So whosoever is creating content in different areas of educational concern, so they come up to us, then we create a project on them, they can upload their content, we vet the content, and whatever is felt suitable, we take that content. So we are getting a lot of content on cyber safety and security also, but we in-house also we are creating a lot of content which relates to cyber safety and security.
Thank you so very much for being here, ma'am, and for sharing your valuable inputs on, we remain much grateful. Now we would like to approach Major Vineet, having such a vast expertise with him, and who is always full of innovation and innovative new ideas. So Major Vineet, would you like to say something about that? What are the new technological advancements are making and happening in the cyberspace and making the cyberspace a more safer and secured, especially, the emerging trends of artificial intelligence, data analytics, because if we can use these, would you like to say something? What are the new technologies which you feel, and what even at CyberPeace, any of the newer things that you are doing about the implementation of these new technologies?
Thank you, ma'am. And again, is my voice audible?
It's no, you use this one.
Yeah, so technology, again, like I mentioned when we were starting up, like it's the era of innovation. And a lot of things have changed. When I was in the space, when I was in the school like you, probably I just had www as one of the things. But now, as we move ahead, it's like the era of metaverse now. We have been talking about AR, VR, we have been talking about blockchain, we have been talking about AI, ML. Now, I was happy to see that CBSE introduced AI into the school curriculum. There's a lot of things that are happening, a lot of changes that are happening. So definitely a lot of things, in fact, and in a very positive way, technology have been a value add in a lot of things that we do, the kind of innovations that we see around, the gadgets that we see around, like, for example, Amazon Alexas and all that have come. So that's the innovation that's happening. Now, in fact, when I talk about, say, education and how we can kind of leverage technology into educating is using some of these technologies, like, for example, gamification is one of the way where we can impart cyber education, awareness education to children. And most of the children present here would agree, they'll not like to flip over with those do's and don'ts, because jitna hum bolenge ye mat karo wo utna karenge, and everybody would agree. So hum bolte hain ki just get them involved in some kind of a game. And while they clear their different levels, they understand, okay, ye agar kisi ko hum tag karte hain without permission, then this is a crime. So introduction of these cyber morals, we learned moral science in our times. Now it's a time that we introduce cyber morals and then leverage technology, like the one, even Amazon Alexa. Amazon Alexa can be used, like there can be a new skill that can be introduced in Amazon Alexa, which gives like the cyber tip of the day, something like that, whenever you switch on Alexa. So making use of these things. The third, like I mentioned, metaverse, like what we have been doing, and with the help of UNICEF again, we have been trying to create a series of scenarios when a child enters the virtual space. And by the way, virtual space is no more virtual. I feel it is as good as a real space today. So there's no difference. So that line has actually disintegrated, and it is as good as a real space. So when a child enters into, say, the virtual space, he or she can experience the beauty, the kind of stuffs that are there, and how technology can be used to the max. And then those negative things that are there, that can also be taught to the child in form of different scenarios, like bullying. This is how bullying happens. If you click this particular link, you can be a victim of a revenge pornography. So things like that. In that manner, I feel technology is, if technology is posing a problem, then technology is the one which is giving solutions. So we need to definitely leverage that and kind of make an impact and make this space safer.
Thank you very much, Vineet. And one more question, since you are also the one having now, CyberPeace has got offices in countries, including in US and many other, and also we are into the open collaborations and connections. How do you foresee the development of a global grid, for a child protection in the online environment, and even the role of G20 coming in? And how do you really think about that this may happen in the days to come, and the growing role of also of CyberPeace in this?
That's a very good question, ma'am. And the reason, if you see Project iSafe, why we conceived this with UNICEF, and the reference of iSafe goes way back in 2017, when UNICEF India launched the report on child online safety. You can find the reference of the word iSafe from there. That was the time when we started working on the entire concept. If I break this word iSafe, it is Internet Safety Alliance for Empowerment. I stands for Internet, S stands for safety, A stands for alliance, F stands for, sorry, I just missed something. Internet Safety Alliance for, and E is empowerment, to empower everyone. And E can be empower and everyone. So I mean, that's how we want to term this as. And this is an alliance where all of us can collaborate. So it's not, like I mentioned, cyber safety, online safety. We may give different names. We can call it cybersecurity. There are different names given at different places. But then it's not just a government's job. Like Mr. MaheshwarI also highlighted, they're doing quite a lot, like in terms of investigation. But let me also highlight, there are challenges and problems. For example, if some crime happens from a foreign country, it takes on an average around a year's time for a law enforcement agency to get data from a foreign land. Only in cases of the victim being a child, then the cases are faster. But then if there's a case where somebody above 18, an adult is involved, it takes an year's time. So we want to kind of set up these virtual bridges. Like, for example, if a case of trafficking happens online, now it is also cyber-enabled trafficking, we kind of speak to our counterparts on the phone, on the WhatsApp, or maybe through some communication channel, and informally seek help from them. And then that is more effective. If we go through the normal process of taking this to the MLAT process, and treaty, by the way, MLAT, according to me, is not effective on the ground. But this kind of alliance is something that is able to get us quick response. Alliance of individuals, alliance of academia, alliance of industry, civil society, government, all together at one stage. So, I mean, this was the entire concept of iSafe, and we're taking baby steps as of now. And the idea is then we start this in India, and then we take it global and build up this global alliance. Because again, I'll reiterate, internet space does not have a boundary. It's a boundaryless world. So we cannot be limited by the boundaries. Whatever has worked in the past will not work in the current arena, in the current space where we are. So that's one. And on a broader level, we are also pitching for a CyberPeace alliance, where countries are also signatory to the alliance as a part of G20. That's the push. We are working with the Sherpa's office now again, and hopefully that's the vision, where country also agree and country also commit to certain things, like if anything that is involved with protecting the vulnerable population or protect the child, we commit to it, and we'll make sure that the victim gets a response as quick as possible. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so very much for all your future endeavors, and we are pretty confident that you are going to shine. Yes, thank you very much, Vineet. Now we would like to approach our distinguished panelist, Mrs. Bindu Sharma ji, who has been in various positions as a policy decision maker. And the question for you, Mr. Sharma, what are the best practices, in your viewpoint, what are the best practices, strategies, or plans that you feel should be followed by the policymakers when when we think about tackling these challenges of protecting and safeguarding the children in the online environment?
Thank you, Dr. Kaul. I just want to first thank both UNICEF, Tanishta, as well as Vineet here from CyberPeace Foundation for inviting me here. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be at the Safer Internet Day forum here today. A big question, Dr. Kaul.
But you have a good, globally you have done a lot,
So I will kind of give more of a macro global view rather than a micro closer to home session. In terms of policy, I guess, you can kind of look at it in terms of 5 or 6 pillars here. First of all, legislation. India is blessed with the fact that we have a robust legislative framework. So there needs to be clarity of definitions and sentencing around legislation. Legislations, I guess the first frontier of legislation is deterrence. If we have the legislation, offenders will feel, okay, we can be prosecuted under this law, so let's not do this. But all speakers have talked about awareness. I think especially the younger generation needs to have awareness of both the law, but also their rights and recourse and redressal. So the national reporting mechanism comes in very handy there. So the kids really need to be aware. What's the legal framework? First of all, what behavior is illegal? And then what are their rights if they have been a recipient of abuse or exploitation? Where's the recourse? Where's the redressal? And what's the right to that? So in terms of legislation, and I liked what Dr. Indu Kumar said about, crime is evolving and morphing as technology, kind of leapfrogs. So it's good to have a broader legislation, but each legislative iteration should have implementing guidelines and rules, which can be a little more specific and narrow to that day and age. But the legislation should be visionary and forward-thinking and should be able to kind of encompass what's coming to us in the future. So one aspect of best practice is really to have legislation which is, as I said, visionary and forward-thinking. It's all right, it's great to have the legislation, but we aren't enforcing and implementing it. That's the challenge. Many countries have great legislation on the books, but are we enforcing it? So for that, to enforcement, we need resources, both in terms of training for the entities that have to enforce and implement those legislation. And also, I think at the national level, there needs to be recognition that needs budgetary allocation. So budgetary allocation is certainly very important there. And once again, it's not the problem of government alone. It's a diverse stakeholder group that has responsibility. And I speak specifically around online safety for children. I think as we often say, it takes a village to bring up a child and keep a child safe. But in this reality, as Vineet just said, cybercrime is a borderless crime. It literally takes the world to keep our children safe. So there are many players that have a responsibility and really need to step up to it. One of them being industry, both the technology industry, and we can see that, the technology industry is doing a fair bit, but I think they can do more. The other thing that the technology industry, the young ones here who hope to, and I wish will be tech entrepreneurs when you grow up, I think what you need to aspire for is, and have knowledge of the fact that let's not get solutions, build solutions or develop solutions when we find what's wrong with what we've built. Let's design, let's go with safety by design. Let's build in the safety, the security, the data protection, the data privacy that we now are trying to patch in, because our generation did not think about the caveats. And so I think the younger generation should be smart and design their innovations and inventive products at the design stage. So that's extremely important. But we always keep talking about the responsibility of and accountability of the technology industry, I'd just like to kind of plug in for the financial industry also has a role to play. They have a responsibility here around the whole issue of commercial exploitation of children. The horror of live streaming is 100% commercial. Offenders will pay using all sorts of legitimate corporate platforms to pay for the live streaming of abuse over a video technology platform. So the financial industry really needs to step up and acknowledge that their platforms are being misused, and then build in transaction due diligence, not only around fraud and money laundering and terror financing, but also around payments for child exploitation and trafficking. So that's industry. Regulators have a role to play. Once again, regulators can be more proactive in holding the regulated entities accountable for compliance of the legislation. And I think they can also be proactive, not only in just kind of holding the stick, but also partnering with industry, and especially on the financial industry, because ICMEC runs what's called a financial coalition against child exploitation and abuse. So we work closely with the financial industry. And in countries where, in certain countries, Australia being a really good example, is where the regulator, AUSTRAC, is partnering with industry in putting together indicators, typologies, trends, specifically around different crime types. So regulators can be more proactive in that. And the one thing I'd like to add here lastly really is we really do need to be careful of terminology. We seem to use data privacy and protection, information and data security, and safety interchangeably. And I think policy needs real clarity around those distinctions. So the terminology in the policy sphere around how we're defining things, and also terminology in terms of space. Again, I talk about the child exploitation space. Is we often legislation in most countries still refers to child sexual exploitation images and materials as child pornography. So that's something that we've been trying to move away from. And even on and again, legislation uses revenge pornography. I think it would be better if we use image-based abuse as it's being increasingly referred to. So even around crime types, if we use the right terminology, it then it emphasizes the gravity of the crime. Child pornography, because of adult, entertainment, pornography doesn't seem to really people don't take a double take around that. So it's acquiesced. So when you talk about child pornography, people think it's okay, just children in whatever poses. But this is a live, abuse, exploitation, and transgression of child's rights. So terminology matters. So really, those are the 5 or 6 things I would kind of highlight in terms of that. And again, in terms of awareness and education, I think even at the policy level, we can't leave awareness and education to schools or communities and parents, but that also needs to happen at a national level. I think the UK has a program called Think You Know. A lot of the law enforcement agencies, and I think UNICEF in some parts of the world is partnered with them. That's a really good way of getting children to understand is we all at age 15, 16 think we're so smart now. Parents don't know anything. I have 2 kids too who think similarly. Mama doesn't know anything. So, it's a good one. So is think stop, think before you're posting something. Would you say this to a person in real life, face to face? If you wouldn't say it face to face, don't post it. So those kinds of, I think education awareness campaigns are also important at a policy level. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so very much. Very, very exhaustive inputs from you. Just a last question to our panel before we make the floor quickly opened for the questions from the floor coming in. Since you have written that book, Contextualizing CSR in Asia, would like to know from you, if there are some public-private partnerships or industries involvement under the CSR, especially for, any kind of a programs or best examples that you may like to say, especially done for the online safety of the children. Anything, any major projects that you think, has been done anywhere across?
Yeah, I wrote that book nearly a decade ago now. So the examples at that time, certainly this was not an issue on the thing. In terms of CSR, I don't want to discount the fact that, when I talk about the financial coalition, often our partnership with industry is actually with the risk compliance and intelligence and forensic intelligence teams at the banks. In Australia, in New Zealand, in Philippines, and in the US, ICMEC runs financial coalition forums. So the good examples often are when you actually work with industry at their operational level. Where's the risk in your operation? CSR is, I wouldn't say an extension of the old style charity and philanthropy. CSR is also being more enlightened now, but especially in the online safety space, you really need to be down in the trenches with industry. It's great to be working with the CSR folks to kind of amplify the message. So in fact, the work I do with the Australian banks is the CSR teams at the banks amplify the fact that we actually work with the operational teams in building typologies, indicators, trends around the crime type. And then what can banks do? Similarly with the tech industry. So CSR fits in putting the word out, but we really need to work at the operational level. Industry needs to be honest with themselves that we need to do more than box ticking. So
thank you so very much. A big round of applause for all our distinguished panelists for have so wonderfully deliberated on the main theme. We are now making the floor open for questions. Any question that any one of our, our attendees here may like to ask to our distinguished panelists, the floor is entirely yours. Any questions, especially from our young children? Yes, yeah, please.
Yeah, a very good afternoon to everyone out here. Myself, Junita Dhandyal. So basically, when, child, empowerment and child welfare is concerned, so I make sure that I will always be available to volunteer myself. And if we talk about artificial intelligence, after the budget, our government has, introduced it as a part of the curriculum. So which is a very, very, very good and a progressive thing, which our government has, taken an initiative. Having said that, I would also like to know if there's any negative, impact of artificial intelligence or metaverse. If there is, so please let us know.
Yes.
Introduce yourself.
I am Junita Dhandyal. I've done MA International Management in Fashion Marketing and Social, from the University of Northampton, UK.
Thank you, ma'am. And again, very good question. But again, just like I mentioned earlier, innovations आएंगे and innovations के साथ challenges आएंगे. So when we talk about AI, when we talk about metaverse, they have their own set of challenges. It's not like they are 100% safe. There are issues with AI. So that's why we are discussing about ethical AI. अब इस पे भी research कर रहे हैं. बहुत सारे countries, they have set up working groups to research on what is ethical AI. AI can go rogue also at times. So it's a space where it's innovating. We are also still researching, and we are trying to see how technology can be put to good use. While the negatives are also there, negatives will keep on coming, but how we can kind of make sure that the technology is good. Same goes with metaverse also, because there have been kind of issues where people have highlighted that there could be chances where a child can be bullied on the metaverse. Even technologies like deepfake and all that is coming in, it's very possible to kind of, defame somebody online, making use of some AI tools which can, do anything, which can take your photograph, it can take your face, the body can be something else, and then there can be issues, and there are already issues happening and reported to us through our helpline. So there are issues, but solutions, we are, again, like I mentioned, we have to all come together, whether it is academia, industry, civil society, or the government, we have to all come together to kind of resolve this particular issue. So yeah, thank you.
Young child who wants to come. Very, very happy. Big applause for him before he poses his question.
I am Daksh. I want to ask a question that technologies have more advantages or disadvantages?
Double edged.
I tell you, when we talk about hacking, hacking is taken. Yeah, when we talk about hacking, hacking is taken as a negative word. People know that hacking is something wrong. But I started my career as a hacker. So there are categories of hacker. There are ethical hackers, and then there are the bad ones, like the black hat hackers. So you have to make a choice. But overall, if you ask me, technology is good. There are some portion of technology which is bad. So you need to be very positive, and you need to positive use of technology.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would like to just add one line to your answer. So advantages are also brought forward by us, and disadvantages are also brought by us only. So it is up to you how we use technology, for the advantage or for the disadvantage.
Yeah, Major Vineet ji, the way you said hacker, ethical, instead of hacker word, why not use a cyber saver or a warrior? It can give a positive impact. The second thing is that the way we have Indian Penal Code for different crimes, not to have a cyber crime in public domain so that people understand, and it should be international or global IPC, something like that.
Right. So, I mean, that's again a very good suggestion. In fact, internally, when we kind of do any initiative, we don't even use the word cyber warrior, because warrior again comes up with the intent of war. So we use the word cyber peacekeeper, that you are a peacekeeper of the cyberspace. But when these words were conceived back then, in fact, early 2000, when we started making use of these terms, hacking, hackers, and all that. So generally it was taken negative. So this word was categorized into white hat hacker, black hat hacker, and then gray hat hacker. So white hat, as the word says, white is something good, something positive. Those are known as the ethical ones. Black hat was the ones, all cyber criminals and all were being categorized as the black hat hackers or the cyber criminals. And the gray hat used to be somebody sitting on the fence, like where he had that option, he or she, and now it's like there's no gender here. It could be anyone. I mean, can move on to a positive side or the negative side. So that's how the hacking word was categorized. But now, as we move forward, we have been making use of the word cyber peacekeepers, who can be peacekeepers of the cyberspace. That's what we are doing now.
But in global,
yes,
penal code, something so that crime can be
so that is something that is going on. In fact, now under the UN, there is something called as the UN Cyber Open-Ended Working Group. So the Cyber OEWG is now working, debating. There are multiple consultations happening. There's one consultation which is again scheduled. We are also contributing to the suggestion. A lot of things are being discussed, whether we should have an international cyber law, because there are laws, every country is different. A crime here in India may not be a crime in the other country, in the US. So this is something that is being discussed, and it's just a matter of time that whatever you're suggesting is going to come out. We are going to talk about international cyber courts. We are going to talk about international cyber law. We have already started talking about cyber treaties. and all these kind of cooperation that may happen within countries. So I'm sure in a matter of time, this will all come into place. And
you know, China has got in 10 countries, there are police, and they want to have police in India also. So the way China is planning to have police, why not have a UN police so that they can be prosecuted in the same country at the same level?
That's a very good suggestion, though Interpol again is doing that. Interpol has a cyber wing, and under the cyber and innovation wing, they have been kind of working with countries to strengthen their cyber arms. So that's there. And again, UN is also coming up in a big way. Different UN agencies, as of now, it's led by UNODC. Other countries, other agencies are also joining in. And I will have more clarity in the times to come, maybe in a year or a couple of years' time, once the cyber open-ended working group is active. I mean, the final advices come from the open-ended working group. Thank you.
We will have just one last question from him. I'm so sorry, due to paucity of time, we can take these interactions offline as well.
Greetings for the day, everyone. My question is that, so I'm Bhavik Gupta from Karachi Hansraj Model School. I study in class 7th. And my question is that, let's suppose I'm a victim of cyberbullying and cyber stalking. And the person who's been stalking me or bullying me holds some personal information against me. And now he or she is saying that if you report it to the police or if you tell someone about it, I'll use it against you. So out of fear, I don't do anything and my mental health would be affected. So what can I do in that case? I'd love your advice.
Yeah, please. I will add. No, happy to. You still report it because parents, guardians, teachers, the police, whoever you report it, are only looking out for your safety and protection. The person who is basically blackmailing you only has that one piece of information. But if you report it, then law enforcement has recourse and can investigate that. So you can, in fact, you don't have, I'm not the expert on that, but the offender should be aware that once reported, that person is the one who's going to get into trouble. So right now you feel you're in trouble, but there is a lot of infrastructure behind you protecting you. If you don't, as we all say, if you don't knock at the door doesn't open. If you don't report it, you don't get the protection. So report it and be protected, because there's a whole lot of infrastructure there just to keep the best interest of the child in safety.
I'll just like to add one thing. Right in the beginning, I mentioned that we are taking these initiatives to make you more resilient. So it's not something like all of this will stop crimes, but then you will learn to become resilient, and it will be something common. Things happen with me. In fact, I have also been targeted to a number of cyber attacks and all that. But it's just like you have to speak up. We have a campaign ki aap chuppi todo. You learn to speak up, because आप जितना चुप रहेंगे उतना आपको क्रिमिनल परेशान करेगा. आज आपने सोचा कि I'll not go and report to my parent because my parents will take my gadgets away or something like that. But then that criminal may harass you, maybe not now, maybe 5 years down the line. So आपको उसी समय at that point of time only you have to reach out, you have to speak up, you have to speak to your teachers, parents, anyone in the family and seek help.
And also nowadays there are reporting provisions on the platforms also. If somebody is abusing you or harassing you, you can report it on the platform itself. So when you report there, that person will be blocked from the site. So that provision is also there, but it is always advisable to report an adult, be it your teacher or your parents. So you have to report.
Yeah, thank you. Last question now. We have
just one last question, ma'am. We have some performers waiting since a long time.
Yeah, ask them.
I'm Vineet Kumar for Karachi Hansraj Model School. I have a question. Sir, we on dark web, there were such hackers that that we can send Bitcoin and they will send the details of that person. So, sir, how our information are saved? Between the passwords of Instagram, between the credits, how our passwords are safe information, sir?
See, there's a myth that there's something called as 100% security. There's never a 100% security. Again, I'm just telling you, you have to learn to be resilient. Organizations have to learn to be resilient. They cannot be 100% safe. So things may go wrong. Like, for example, like you said, Instagram, for example, there could be a chance that Instagram database gets breached and all your passwords and everything gets stolen and it's sold on the dark web. It's there. There have been instances when in fact, some of the major banks have been breached and all your personal and financial information have been found on the dark web. So instances like this would keep happening. But it is all, you have to become an aware user. The moment you get to know that, okay, if something has gone wrong, if your data is there up and online, you have to learn how to safeguard. Like, for example, that password. If you're using the same password across all accounts, it's possible for the cyber criminal to get access to all your accounts at one go. So change that password, use a safe cyber safety practices, best habits, get your account numbers changed, get your credit cards changed. So you have to follow some kind of security tips and advisories.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Become resilient.
The very last question now, because she has been raising the hand. Please go ahead. And this is the very last, because our young performers are getting very impatient. So we're just winding it up. Last question now. Yeah, please introduce yourself and kindly ask a question.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I am Nidhi Adlakha from CIET-NCERT. I would like to ask Vineet, sir, that you started at the age of 14. You became white hat hacker at that time. And I assume that at that time, internet era just started. Many people must not even know how to use internet. So what made you take that direction of hacking?
Ma'am, in fact, वो बोलते हैं ना कि आपने दुखती रक्त में हाथ रख दिया, तो वही चीज है. When I started, in fact, people were confused कि what am I doing school में. And there was no, by the way, there was no era of Google, Facebook or something like that. So मेरे लिए information was not that easily available. How it happened? In fact, it happened when I was 10. The entire journey started. When I met a black hat hacker, or that time internet was just introduced in India, IRC was the channel, Internet Relay Chat, IRC. So I got introduced to a black hat hacker who showed me a live hack of a bank. And that interested me the most. Wahan pe main ja karke unse, I just asked him for some resources and kind of resources where I can read and do. I learned it by myself. But when I started doing this stuff, when I started working on cyber safety, security, half of the people were confused कि ये क्या करे, security organization guard banega, cyber security. They're unable to kind of correlate what I am doing. My parents, in fact, they were quite supportive. They thought, okay, fine, he's interested, let him go, whatever he wants to do. That way I was lucky to have parents, otherwise I would not have been sitting here. So that was a big thing, and I have to go behind all the odds, made people kind of understand how technology will be kind of a challenge also in the times to come. And this could be an area to kind of venture into. So we had our own set of challenges, but yes, started working with cybersecurity was a caveman word. And I had to kind of go to individuals, organizations, academic institutions to convince you guys, you need to do something here because things may go wrong with you. Now it's a different world. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to express on behalf of the organizers our sincere gratitude to all our distinguished panelists, Shri Rakesh MaheshwarI ji, Professor Indu Kumar ji, Major Vineet, Mrs. Bindu Sharma, and for such a very truly inspiring and an enlightening session, and lot many recommendations which has come out. We can't really thank enough, especially a big round of applause for our young children who have really been, you have been the one who have really motivated us, to the hills, and we are much thankful and truly appreciative, and you inspire us. And let's take a pledge, through this panel discussion and the entire deliberations today, that it's not only on the second day of the second week of the second month of a year that we make the Internet Safer Day. Let's all of us take a pledge that together we have to make a difference. Every moment, every single click that you are doing. Let's make not only ourselves safer, but let's contribute to the society by making the lives of someone else also safer. So with this, we close our panel discussion, and we truly have admired and appreciated the presence of each one of you here today this afternoon. Thank you very much. And sorry, Niharika, we really have intruded into not much of the unscheduled time of yours. So thank you very much.
I really would have been okay with it. It's just that the organizing team keeps giving me cues and I have to follow them, of course. So it's a part of my job. But having said that, I couldn't have summed it up better. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I will request all our panelists to stay back for a little while. क्योंकि आज के हमारे सारे स्टार्स हमारी ऑडियंस है, यानी हमारे सारे बच्चे हैं. I would request Anushka Patel from KHM School to come up and felicitate our panelist, Dr. Professor Indu Kumar, CIET-NCERT. I think इससे ज़्यादा हार्ट वार्मिंग और कुछ नहीं हो सकता है, इससे ज़्यादा मेमोरेबल मोमेंट और कुछ नहीं हो सकता. Anushka, come from the front. Yeah, you can come here. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Professor Indu Kumar, CIET-NCERT. And we have Anushka Patel from KHM School. And can I now have Ankita Jha from KHM School to felicitate our respected panelist, Ms. Bindu Sharma, ICMEC. I think ऐसे मोमेंट पे तो मुझे बोलने की जरूरत नहीं होनी चाहिए तालियों के लिए. And may I have on the dais Dr. Govind, former CEO, NICSI, MeitY, Govt of India, to felicitate our respected moderator, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, DELNET. Thank you so much, sir. And once again, our heartfelt gratitude to all our panelists for that enriching discussion and for having questions from the audience as well. That was of utmost importance. Group pictures are necessary. So we'll have just one to freeze this moment as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Finally, something that we've all been waiting for. You know, कला और हमारी दुनिया के बीच एक जन्मों पुराना रिश्ता है, जो आगे आने वाले कई जन्मों तक कायम रहेगा. कला में अक्सर छुपे होते हैं दुनिया के कई राज, जो दुनिया को ही धीमे धीमे बदलने की ताकत रखते हैं. इसी के साथ मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी SRDAV पब्लिक स्कूल के स्टूडेंट्स को. आइए देखें ये हमारे लिए कला के रूप में क्या संदेश लाए हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the students of SRDAV school. We've all been waiting to watch them eagerly, and now finally is the time when it's center stage. भाई तालियों में कमी नहीं होनी चाहिए. मंच सजने में बस कुछ ही मिनट और हैं तब तक के लिए. Thank you for being a patient audience and thank you for being here with us. And I guess school annual functions are something we all look forward to, right? जो school को पार कर चुके हैं, I'm sure वो उस moment को याद कर रहे होंगे. मैं तो जरूर कर रही हूँ. I'm sure आप भी शायद कर रहे होंगे. And for us students who have many, many more years, I'm sure this is something you look forward to as well. वो रोज रोज की स्कूल प्रैक्टिस, वो कॉस्ट्यूम फिटिंग्स के लिए भागना और स्कूल के बाद स्टे बैक्स, a very exciting part of life, isn't it? Can I come? Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely, all those.
हाँ देखो इधर आओ करो करो सर बेटा शोर नहीं आगे कैसे होंगे इतने सारे माइक ज्यादा मत लगाइए और मत करिए ज्यादा हो गए कितनी देर है 2 मिनट
एक माइक कर दो
गाने के लिए दे दीजिएगा
Hello, mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, hello.
hello check hello hello check hello check
हेलो
नंबर लिखा है, वाइट स्लिप पे नंबर लिखा है उधर। अच्छा
उधर उधर इधर की तरफ देना।
ये वायर भर कर दीजिए।
माइक को मैं छेड़ना, सेंसिटिव है माइक, आवाज जाएगी बेटा।
चलो
जाएगी जाएगी।
सर उधर माइक चेक करो।
इधर माइक चेक करो। हेलो
ये वाला माइक ऑन करा, ये मेन माइक। ये तार हटकर कर। इस साइड से ये वाला बीच में आएंगे ना बच्चे।
तसल्ली से माइक चेक करना स्टार्ट करेंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। बस
हेलो हेलो वायर कर दीजिए सर।
चेक
इधर सब इधर।
हेलो कौन सा है?
आपका माइक चेक हो गया? कॉर्ड देना, कॉर्ड दीजिए, कॉर्ड दीजिए।
हेलो
कॉर्ड दीजिए, आरोपी कॉर्ड दीजिए।
हेलो हेलो हेलो
माइक में आके बोलिए।
माइक हेलो चेक हेलो
हेलो हेलो
थोड़ी सी बढ़ा देना इसकी पीछे की।
ये वाला वॉल्यूम बढ़ा दो।
इसका वॉल्यूम बोलो बोलो उधर बोलो।
हेलो 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 चेक चेक हेलो चेक
आपका सही है?
हेलो चेक हेलो चेक।
स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं।
आदरणीय अतिथिगण और सभा में उपस्थित सभी सभाजनों का हार्दिक अभिनंदन। कुछ पंक्तियां लिखी हैं जो आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करना चाहूंगी। साइबर खतरों से रोश नहीं हमको, साइबर खतरों से रोश नहीं हमको, हम तो दबंग है जानी, हम तो दबंग है जानी, फिजिकल वर्ल्ड में तो जमा चुके हैं सिक्का। आप सबको पता ही है कि पीएम नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आज दुनिया के हर कोने में भारत की पहचान है। फिजिकल वर्ल्ड में तो जमा चुके हैं सिक्का, अब साइबर वर्ल्ड में है तिरंगा फहराने की ठानी। साइबर प्रेडेटर्स तुम हम पर नजर डाल न लेना, साइबर प्रेडेटर्स तुम हमसे जरा बच के ही रहना, वरना याद दिला देंगे तुमको तुम्हारी नानी।
आवाज नहीं आ रही उसके माइक में, उधर के
ये माइक ऑन कर दीजिए वाला। और
दोनों सेंटर के माइक,
सेंटर के दो माइक्स नहीं चल रहे हैं, थोड़ा सा उनकी वॉल्यूम बढ़ा दीजिए प्लीज।
हेलो 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 हेलो
उसके थोड़ा ऊंचा कर लेना ना उसको, या तो उसको मत करना, उसको थोड़ा ऊंचा कर।
हेलो हेलो हेलो
यहीं से बोला माइक चेक।
साइबर वर्ल्ड के खिलाड़ी है, साइबर वर्ल्ड के खिलाड़ी है, हम तो निडर हैं जी, अरे हम ना अनाड़ी हैं।
झंझट ही हटाया है, याद करना है याद सांत्वने का झंझट ही हटाया है।
कोई कह नहीं रहा, पर मुझे तो यहाँ सबके दिलों से वंस मोर की आवाजें आ रही है कि नहीं? इतना फीका यस, इतनी अच्छी कवाली के बाद ऐसे कैसे चलेगा? माना थक गए हो, पर फिर भी एक जोरदार यस तो बनता है। यस यस यस। Well, what a brilliant show put up by the students of SR DAV school, and महफिल अभी सजने ही लगी थी तो मन ने कहा थोड़ा और चलने दो, मजा आ रहा है। लेकिन बीच में वक्त आकर खड़ा हो गया और कहा चलो जल्दी चलो, समय निकला जा रहा है। I wish we could let this go on, and I wish we could have once more, but alas, maybe next time. May we have Bhavna ma'am on the stage, please? भावना मैम प्लीज मंच पे आ जाइए। ना लिंक पे क्लिक करेंगे ना OTP बताएंगे, लेकिन कुछ बातें अभी बाकी हैं, वो आपसे जरूर कहेंगे। प्लीज 2 मिनट के लिए बैठ जाइए। May I have Ms. Shimoni Prasad, the Senior Manager, External Communications, CPF, to deliver the vote of thanks.
I believe it has always been a delight to see any entertainment program along with some studies. So, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to one and all present here. We at CyberPeace Foundation are motivated by the motto, technology for good. The Safer Internet Day is one of the best avenues to encourage youngsters into the development and safeguarding of the cyberspace. We at CyberPeace Foundation would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to Lieutenant General Rajesh Pant, NCSC Government of India, Mr. Rakesh MaheshwarI, MeitY, Mr. O.P. Singh, CEO Kailash Satyarthi Foundation, Ms. Zafrin Chaudhry, UNICEF, Professor Dr. Indu Kumar, NCERT, Ms. Bindu Sharma, ICMEC, Lieutenant Colonel Yuvraj Malik, NBT. I don't think we should commend them less ever. Right, for gracing us with their presence and enlighten the young minds present here. We would also like to thank our esteemed partners, UNICEF India, NCERT, DELNET, and National Book Trust, to show us the faith that we were able to deliver such an amazing event with the audience like you. And also, I'd like to thank them to support us in making the Safer Internet Day an important day of our lives, while understanding the importance of the same. Before we leave, I would request you all to enjoy the selfie booths placed outside and have lunch with us before you leave. We wish all the young minds and talents the very best of luck for their futures. And thank you all the participants and audience, parents, teachers, and guests for joining us today. Stay cyber safe, stay cyber secure. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
I guess कोई भी सभा MC के क्लोजिंग रिमार्क के बिना शायद अधूरी मानी जाएगी, तो यहीं पर जर्रे जर्रे पर खुदा की निगाहें करम है, ना किसी पर ज्यादा ना किसी पर कम है। इसी के साथ साथ मैं निहारिका भुवानिया आपकी आज की सूत्रधार विदा लेती हूँ। We'll see you on the other side of these doors. आपका बहुत 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 तहे दिल से शुक्रिया। Absolutely. And the group photograph is just waiting to happen in the atrium. So one group photograph for everybody. I request everybody to assemble right outside. See you soon.
On behalf of the organizers, we truly greatly appreciate Niharika's, the best ever anchoring we have ever, come across. A big applause for Niharika, and you have been the one, who have really made it possible for us to conduct it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am.
God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.